morning, everyone. We will call the Committee on Appointments to order at 8 a.m. All right, and happy Black History Month. It's our first meeting in the month of February. Very happy to be here with my commissioners and our great city staff. So I first wanted to, well, we can discuss after we get through our resolutions. So first, we have in front of us a resolution recognizing Commissioner Belchak's appointment of Andrew Fikema to the Public Safety Committee.
So moved.
Support.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
If you wanted.
yes. Any discussion on that? Okay. All those opposed? It carries. And there he is, Andrew. We just approved you first time. Good to see you, Andrew.
You didn't come in time, so no.
Our second is a resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Joseph Kulma to the Housing Appeals Board.
So moved.
Support.
Any discussion on that?
I was just going to say, I think, excuse me, thank you. So glad to see another one for this. We had just talked about housing appeals, and I think Joseph will be a great appointment there, so thanks.
Yeah, I was able to serve on the Housing Appeals Board. It is a great body, and the city staff for the Housing Appeals Board is just stellar. Oh, I see Connie. Yeah. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Our third item today, resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Andrew Smith to the Housing Appeal Board.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, and I should say aye. Aye as well. Those opposed? It carries. Our fourth item today, a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Commissioner Alicia Marie Belchak to the ACSET/West Michigan Works Governing Board.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Okay, resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Commissioner Kelsey Perdue to the same body.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Mr. Chair, I have just a comment I would like to make about
Yes.
this appointments. For our colleagues serving on the ASSET West Michigan Works Board, I had the opportunity to serve on this body for the last, I believe, 3 years. So I just want to just have appreciation for the work they're doing. Another quasi-governmental entity working alongside many different partners, working in a 9-county region. And so I just glad we'll get more commissioners to know the work of this body and how it really connects into a number of things that I believe are priorities. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, all those in favor of that appointment?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries. Item number 6 today, resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Mateus Martinez Roca to the Board of Review.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries. Item number 7 today, resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Vanessa Corvers to the Board of Review.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries. And the last item on our agenda today is a current board and commission vacancy list.
The vacancy list, it's definitely, I'm learning, a living document. There's always changes, but we're really working in the background to fill up some of these, especially the CIAs and the Community Relations Commission. So we're hoping in the next couple of meetings to keep it moving.
Yeah, thank you all for your work on that. That's a beautiful way to describe it, Becky. It is a living document because there's constantly folks rolling on and off. We had a few that I want to discuss today, such as the what was this one? The Affordable Housing Board, for example. There were a few more applications put in. I know that previously Commissioner Knight discussed Jeffrey King's appointment. I know there's a city commission appointment, and I would just like to see how that appointment goes. Do we all have to agree on that, or could we just, take our fellow commissioners' recommendation for the city commission? I'd just like to get feedback on that.
I can share some thoughts on that, Mr. Chair. I think, so yes, you and Commissioner Perdue have your third ward appointment. I think there is a number of individuals who are interested. I think one of the best ways that we've approached this is to first look at the body and to see perhaps what experience may be missing, right? So then it sort of, obviously it's not the same thing as trying to fill, if you're hiring somebody, but really taking a look at the board and what was that mix. So I think we should go back to probably bylaws, or was it an ordinance, Patrick?
Affordable Housing Fund Board, I believe, is created by ordinance just recently.
So we should look at that ordinance and look to see what was the individual makeup we were really trying to achieve. I know one of the things that was very important to a number of us was to make sure it was individuals who had experienced maybe being unhoused or had housing instability or somehow part of that housing continuum. So I think if we can go back and look at the ordinance and say, what were those key pieces, look at the remainder of the body, who might be missing, what voices might be missing, and then going and saying, okay, let's see who is potentially interested. And I would say, if we typically, again, it's kind of a filtering process. These folks may represent what we want as a whole. Let's move them forward in vetting, because we know it takes time. It's not just Becky saying yes, and yes has to go to a number of things. So while we look at the ordinance, we could also concurrently say, and I would agree with Jeff. He's a constituent, has been very involved in housing. But I would want to make sure, how does that fit as overall? And then either we could have a sub of this body, a couple of us get together, you could lead that, and to say, okay, we've looked at this, here's where it's at. I also think through vetting, sometimes people filter out as well, because there might be things that might take a while as well. And then typically this body would say, okay, we've had a discussion, we've had some work outside of this meeting with, not this three, and then forward it to this body to review, then that goes to the full commission. And so it would need, at least the four, at least four of us, of course, we'd love it for, I shouldn't say I love it. It would be great if there were 7 individuals. It doesn't have to be.
Right.
But it would show, I think, especially with these sort of appointments. So I hope that's not too long-winded, and I hope that's helpful.
No, that was great. Yeah, this is, as being the new chair, I know you served as chair for this committee before, and then Commissioner Perdue, and so it's good for me to get that history. So that's what we'll do. I think that's a great idea to review. If I could request that ordinance from you all, so we can start there, and we'll move forward, and hopefully next meeting we can have some consensus around who we'd like to. And I concur, Jeffrey has a stellar resume in terms of helping the unhoused community. I think he's with the Rapid now, but previously was with Community Rebuilders. So actually was my supervisor at one point. So I would support that, and we can have more discussion.
Yeah. And I would also ask, so Ms. Behrens is the liaison. I think another good thing while we're looking at this, since there are a number of people, to get a sense, is there anybody who maybe are not meeting the attendance requirements that are outlined in that language, are, have said to us, it's been harder for me. So then we don't have to go back and, so let's build some efficiency in it. Like, oh, okay, if we're going to be adding at least 2 new people, is there anybody else who is maybe thinking about it? So then you have this abundance of people and you can get them into serving. So I would say, if we could find Ms. Behrens at some point, between one of these meetings, we could ask her that question, or she could follow up with us.
Commissioners, I was going to say that as well. Always lean on the staff liaison for that group as a guide, and they can even help with some, maybe fill in some blanks as to some areas that need covering in the board too, like we discussed, maybe deficiencies. So
Wonderful. Great discussion. This, it moves quick. We've still only been here for 10 minutes, and we've covered a lot.
We have.
Any further updates, commissioners? Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I know Becky mentioned the CIAs in particular, so I think with South Division Granville we have 2 openings at the moment, or are we at 1 now? Okay, I thought it was 2. And I know we've got at least 1 candidate in the process for being vetted to then be presented to Mayor LeGrand. And then I know I just attended the Westside CA meeting last Friday, and we discussed, I think they also have 2 openings at the moment. And we're discussing some people that do have interest. So we're hoping to see some PIS for that come through soon.
And did we appoint, Becky, folks to the Uptown CIA? Did we fill those?
We have applicants.
Okay.
They're not, it's not on this meeting. Hopefully the next meeting we'll start filling them. We're just sorting out vetting, and there's openings on the BID and CIA, so who's going to be where, and there's different approval for the business improvement district, and it just has taken longer, but it's coming.
It's coming. That's all right. Thank you so much for the update. All right, you all.
Can I add one other thing?
Yes, Commissioner Isasi.
On our agenda for this evening, I think we have a few resignations as well. So to Ms. Bosker's point, the Board of Review was just on there, so that one will come off. But it's truly kind of old school. You got to highlight it and reduce it. So I don't know how many on there. Maybe 2 resignations. Thanks, Patrick. One resignation. Okay. What body is that for?
Kyle Kimball regarding his resignation from the Board of Review.
Okay, so it's a swap. Great, thank you.
Wonderful. Well, we've got our work cut out for us, huh? I'm happy to see so many PIPs, though, and folks who want to serve. So just continue to encourage folks who maybe are watching from home or are just excited to support the city that they love. Please apply. And anything else from colleagues, city staff? All right. Thank you all for your work. And the Committee on Appointments is adjourned at 8:11 a.m.
right, good morning, everybody. It is 8:30 on the dot. We'll go ahead and get our fiscal committee meeting here underway. We've got 10 items before us, so jumping right in for item number 1, we've got a resolution before us approving a one-year pledge agreement with The Right Place in an amount of $75,000 for fiscal year 2026, with 2 one-year renewal options for a total amount not to exceed $225,000 to continue their longstanding economic development partnership with the city.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
I know our economic development director is here. If you guys do have any questions, but this is just a longstanding partnership we have with them. This pledge is an increase of $5,000 per year. It's housed in Department 261.
Okay, thank you. Anything you'd like to add, Mr. Nero? All right, any questions, colleagues? All right, hearing none. Well, I'll just add, for those who are unfamiliar with The Right Place, they are a super important partner of the city, both in, attracting new businesses and opportunities for our residents, but also retaining the ones that we're lucky to have here already. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 2, we've got a resolution accepting a grant award of $250,000 from the State of Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity for mental health co-response.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. Again, Matt Weibel, Chief of Staff at the Police Department. This is for our co-response team. We were fortunate to receive $250,000 from the state for a 3-year grant period to support co-response operations at Public Safety. Sergeant Daryl Howard and our lead clinician from Network 180 were here to give you an update. I've included some of their stats in this memo. They speak for themselves. We are excited about the program and continuing it and appreciate the state's support. And I'd like to thank Ms. Karen Farrick, Stephen Parcell from Ms. Claren's team, and Renee Rogers from PD for getting this grant all put together.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. Any questions or comments, colleagues?
Just a comment. Very happy to see this come before us.
Yeah, I'll add my thanks as well. I read through some of the stats that were in the full agenda packet, and it's very impressive to see just how much work this amount of money affords us in being able to serve some very vulnerable populations in our community. So super grateful for that. All right, hearing no other comments or questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 3, we've got a resolution accepting a grant award in the amount of $2 million from the Office of Justice Programs, or the OJP, to expand community-based violence intervention and prevention initiatives.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
I'll pick up this one too. This
Please
is submitted by our office. Oversight and public accountability. This is community-based violence prevention, and also helps fund our Cure Violence contracts. So again, helps offset that cost for our general fund.
Yep, thanks so much. Questions or comments, colleagues? Yes.
Just a question. So I know that I think there was a renewal of the contract with Cure Violence for, was it 500?
I don't know that off the top of my head, so I could get back to you on where we're at with the Cure Violence contract.
Yeah, so just trying to see if that full amount is coming out of this, and then what are the other spaces that the remaining amounts are
Sure.
kind of being disseminated to.
Yeah, good question. Maybe we could have Mr. Davis provide some information as well.
Yeah, I will contact him right after this meeting.
Awesome.
We'll get you we'll send an email to the fiscal committee.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 4, we've got a resolution approving a contract with CGI Incorporated in the City of Grand Rapids to extend cloud support services for 6 months from March 25th to September 25th, March 2025 to September 2025, and read-only access to December 31st, 2026 for an amount not to exceed $1,630,000.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Ms. Claren, I'm guessing this is you.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, this is me. With the extension of our ERP implementation, obviously our underlying product that we're currently using, we need to extend service on that. We also need more time to figure out, we're going to do a 2-year read-only access just to, figure out a portal or some kind of data warehouse to set up so that and as long as we can, 10, 20 years from now, we're still able to pull the reporting we have right now in the A360 software. So this will have a budget amendment following this, either at the end of February, second meeting in February, or the second meeting in March.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, colleagues? I'll just add, this is very similar to the work I do full-time in my private career. So I understand how complicated these projects can get, and the need for, maintaining access to data beyond just a go-live date sometimes too, just to ensure continuity of reporting and things like that. So appreciate all the staff's hard work on that. Hearing no other questions or comments, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 5, we've got a resolution approving an agreement with N. Harris Computer Corporation to upgrade the Kayenta utility billing system in the amount not to exceed $185,000.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. What you have in front of you is our, essentially about every 2 or 3 years, we go through an upgrade for our business office utility, Kayenta Utilities program, which handles all of our billings, service works, things like that. It's due for an upgrade at this point. We have a good relationship with N. Harris Computer Systems in this program, and it's served us well for about the last 13 years or so. So we continue to use this program moving forward.
Okay, thanks. Questions or comments, colleagues? Just from my understanding, so the software vendor itself is not changing. We're just using a consultant to move to a new,
It's
an
the
updated
same.
version.
It's really our own project managers will be leading the upgrade, and then N. Harris will partner with us,
Okay.
which is the vendor and the software manufacturer.
Okay, great. All right, well, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 6, we've got a resolution authorizing the city treasurer to write off $301,173.32 of accounts receivable invoices.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. City Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With this request to approve writing off accounts receivable, you were provided with a list of all those items and also a nice description really of what the billing type was. As you can see, between court judgments and accident damage, they are the bulk of those items. And actually, with those court items, if you look at a billing date of 2014, we have 6 years from that time frame to collect on that through the court movement. So this is cleaning up some of the old stuff that we have sitting on our books and removing that. And in fact, I chuckled because some of these were actually billed before I was treasurer. So we're doing that housekeeping. We did want to also point out that accident damages continues to be one of those thorns for us. So we're going to reestablish connections with various departments to say, hey, we really need to focus on a process. There used to be a process in place where risk management would capture that data, look at FileMaker reports from the police department, and then contact each of the departments having the property damage to have a single point to gather that before we can bill that out or file an insurance claim. It's kind of fallen by the wayside over the years, and so really we need to get really on top of this because so much of this money should have been recouped, whether it's through an insurance claim or through payments from somebody who was uninsured. And so we recognize there's an issue with the process, and we're going to start redeveloping that.
Great, thanks. And one of the first questions I had when I read that was whether we work with like a collections agency. And I saw noted in the memo that that's something that will be coming this spring to help recoup some of those receivables.
We actually have a collection agency that we're onboarding right now. So we've had a collection agency now for the past 5 or 6 years. But some of these things, when it comes to accident damage, it's outside of their purview to go after that. So really, we're trying to get the claim filed with the insurance carrier. That is usually our best opportunity to get the money back. Because if you just mail an invoice to a vehicle owner, they kind of look at it and might say, my insurance will cover it, but they don't forward any documents to their insurance carrier or file a claim. So we have to step in and get that done. For some of the other ones, definitely, if it really relies on that customer, we would actually go forward and file a small claims action in the court system and go after collection in that manner. So we wouldn't need to employ that type of collection agent, but for a lot of our other bills, we do employ them. Parking tickets that go overdue, those are really successful getting collection agency work on.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this one?
Mr.
Yes.
Polinsky, I was reading through some of these yesterday, just looking at the names of the people and businesses and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, this has been going on for 10 years? just
Well,
about?
they've been on our books for 10 years, yes.
10 years, right? And so what happens when, so any of these people, and it's not just all the accidents, it's the other stuff, right? That they can't apply for anything through the city or anything like that. So now once this is wiped out, what does that do to them? Because some of them are businesses.
Some of them are businesses, and some of them are out of business, are no longer
Yeah.
functioning. And so there's no way for us to go collect that money.
Okay.
And so that's where we're looking at each one of these individual cases and saying, hey, I can't find Dora beer. They've been one that we had collection issues over the years. Same thing if we go out and we look at JJE Holdings, we probably are not going to find those folks in business either. And so we try to get ahead of it by getting the court action file, get it out there on the books so that if those individuals are trying to apply for loans or business items, it's going to show up in some type of lien search or search through the court systems that there's an outstanding court action.
So even if it's organizations that we might still be, like I saw one on here for Consumers Energy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, are we still doing business with them then? Because we wouldn't do it with anybody else. You can
well-
own public office, there's a lot of things you can't do if you owe money to the city.
There's
so-
a lot of times what happens is with Consumers Energy, more than likely it's accident damage for a utility pole. And so a lot of times there'll be an argument back and forth of whose pole it is, whether we were there to make the area safe, whether it gets to the right person in Consumers Energy to pay the bill. And so it winds up falling into this category. It's not everyone. We definitely collect a lot of money from consumers and DTE and those folks that when we have a major windstorm and all of a sudden the poles are damaged and the fire department's dispatched to make an area safe and we dispatch a crew, we have to think of the public safety aspect of it. And then sometimes what happens, these invoices go unpaid. And we try every effort we can to get them connected and paid.
Thank you. Interesting.
It's a good question. I appreciate that. All right. Hearing no other questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. Item number 7, we've got a resolution to strike the outstanding 2019 personal property taxes from the delinquent tax roll. The amounts to a write-off not to exceed $54,448.12 of personal property taxes, of which $15,000.14 is related to City of Grand Rapids millages.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported.
Good morning, Commissioners. With this resolution, this is something we bring every single year. As we collect the personal property taxes, we have 6 years to collect. So these don't actually get stricken from the roll until June 30 of 2025. We're going to continue to work at trying to collect these items. A lot of times they are small businesses that pop up, that close, that are no longer there, and we cannot find them. Typically what happens with personal property taxes, those are the taxes on the assets of the business. So we try to collect through the court system. If it gets to a point where we have to, we can invoke the police powers and go seize their assets. That's very much a last resort. Have we done it? Yes, we've done it as that avenue of last resort, because the idea is that if you take the business's assets, they're not going to be in business. And that is detrimental to our community if they're still actively working. And so this is the nice thing about this is we're looking at the fact that we actually billed $17.5 million in personal property taxes for the 2019 tax year. We only have $54,000 that's outstanding. Of that, only $15,000 is related to city millages. So this is the exceptional work of our public accounts coordinator, Margot Yakes, and her staying on top of these and forming relationships with these businesses that owe us money, as she does the outreach to them and tries to keep that communication open with them and sending extra bills or any information they need. I will say we helped one manufacturer in Grand Rapids this year that I'm extremely proud of Margot's work on, and that's with Michigan Wheel. Michigan Wheel has been a group that has been delinquent ever since I've been treasurer. They are now current. She helped them get to the EMPP filing with the state of Michigan. They are actually getting to the point where they have no outstanding delinquent personal property tax debt. And that is something that when we look at the work that we do, that's the behind the scenes, forming the relationship with those businesses. pointing out state law that might benefit them and helping them get to a point where they are not delinquent. And I just think I'm so proud and thrilled with the work that she's done in that area and the relationship she forms with our business community.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I know it's one of probably many examples of how the city staff are working behind the scenes to make things happen and help people in the community without us always recognizing that. So I appreciate you mentioning that. And since Commissioner O'Connor's not here to do the back of envelope math, 15,000 out of, what was it, 17 million?
0.03%.
Yeah, that's a fraction of a percent, I can confidently say.
math.
So thanks. All right, any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 8, we've got our bid list resolution for February 11th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Also moved.
Support?
Thanks. Moved and supported. Ms. Claire?
Just 3 items this morning, so short bid list. Myself or the departments are here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments, colleagues?
No.
Okay. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 9, we've got our comptroller's warrant report for the period of January 14th, 2025 through January 27th, 2025, in the amount of $33,719,544.42, and monthly travel report.
So moved.
Support?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
For the period reference, cash payments were released totaling approximately $33.7 million. That includes just under $6.2 million for our employee payroll expense and approximately $461,000 for income tax refunds. In terms of quantity, 91 income tax refunds were issued and 1,082 checks and electronic payments were issued. And I do wish to bring to your attention, City Commissioners, for the second time that these funds were issued by individuals not in the City Comptroller's Office and not in accordance with the terms prescribed in the City Charter for authorizing and issuing payments. The second report I have here for you this morning is our December fiscal year-to-date travel report detailing travel spend by city department for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. The total expense is showing $864,000 on a budget of approximately $3.1 million. About 27% overall has been used. And that concludes the reports that I have for you this morning.
All right, thanks. That is received and filed. That'll bring us to our last item, item number 10. We've got our treasurer's report for period of January 10th, 2025 through January 27th of 2025.
So moved.
Support?
Good morning,
City Treasurer.
Commissioners. With this report, I want to point out a couple lines in this report. Chairman Powell said FOMC members would need to see weakness in the labor market and real progress on inflation before adjusting short-term interest rates. That's part of the equation. The other part is we're finding out that as we go through these trade and tariff items and hearing issues out of the federal government where are they going to pay different things? The concern really is you just approved a $2 million grant for justice. Is that actually going to be money that winds up in the city's bank account? So it's that instability right now, or uncertainty, I think, not instability, it's really the uncertainty of how this plays through the courts and how this plays through the federal government as to whether or not federal payments are impacted. It's definitely something that we're focused on and concerned about. One of the other things that we're really concerned about legislatively is whether or not the tax exemption for municipal bonds continues. That's a major issue that would impact our region. There were reports going out as to how many billions of dollars this would impact West Michigan and the Michigan 3rd District, as well as the fact that Ms. Claren has issued tax exempt bonds. Grants Public Schools have issued tax. Same thing as Kent County. So those are some of the things that we are really, really focused on, and that's one of the items that I was working for the past 3 years, lobbying on Capitol Hill every January to have that focus, because that's a primary financing function that we would love to continue to take. And so you'll probably hear more about that with the legislative committee as we raise more of that concern, is to try to have that tax exempt status continue, because that really makes it our bonds a lot more attractive. It lowers the cost It's as much as 2.3% lower cost than what we'd have to borrow. That's just the estimate from across the country of what that would mean in terms of increased interest we would have to pay if we lose that tax exempt status. And that's for all municipalities. It's not just for the city of Grand Rapids. With a report today, we do have $712.9 million, earning 3.26% in our purchased yield.
Great, thanks. I appreciate all the information. I know anytime there's a change in, federal or state legislature and government, there's a certain element of that uncertainty that trickles down to local government too. And so, I think I'll just inform everybody listening online. I mean, the city staff is very attuned to what's going on and is keeping a close eye on the changing political environment, and we'll adjust as needed. So, thanks for the info. All right.
Question.
Yes.
So, Mr. Globinski, I have two things. So with the bonds that we have now, if we lose that tax status, where would that put us?
That doesn't change the bonds that are issued. These are
Okay.
new bonds that we're going out to market for. So as we're looking at something like a soccer stadium, if they're going to be out there on tax exempt bonds, that changes the whole financial picture of what that project would look like. So it's not going to impact the ones that are already out there. Those are signed, they're done, the deals are finished. This is on any of the tax exempt status on future bonds that are being issued. Those bonds are key infrastructure bonds that municipalities across the country have used to build roads, put in water systems, do various public works projects that they need to do. That infrastructure is critical, just like building schools in your area, as GRPS has issued their debt for school buildings. It's critical for those types of programs to have that financial structure, because if they're not able to issue in that manner and they are wind up being taxable on a higher interest rate, then you'll see the public schools probably want to increase their it's part of their operating millage or something different to raise funds and going for a newer millage within your community.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I wanted to go back to the comptroller's report, because you made a statement and it hit me and I didn't have time to say anything about it. And so if I understood you correctly, can you repeat what you said?
Yes, of course, Commissioner. I have a comment in my report about the payments that were issued, stating that the payments that were issued were not issued by any individuals in the city comptroller office and not in accordance with the terms detailed in the city charter. I'm happy to share, a copy of the city charter and review those sections with anyone that is interested, but the city charter does specifically prescribe a process for how payments are approved, authorized, issued, and ultimately released from city bank accounts for payment. And they are not currently being done so with that process in accordance with the charter.
So are you saying that, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, that you just basically got the information, but you have not really seen how or why those processes have happened, and you didn't approve of them?
That's correct. I have not authorized any of these processes to occur outside of the Office of the City Comptroller, which historically has performed those functions for the city.
I think Ms. Claren has some information.
I was just going to say that's was stated in the memo. It reflects the comptroller's personal opinion. I'm not aware of a legal opinion about violation of the charter, so I could ask our attorney if he wants to weigh in.
Well, yeah, we've done a lot of legal research on this. We've provided confidential opinions to many parties, any parties that have asked, to be quite honestly. The comptroller, I believe, is issuing some reckless personal comments right now, and the city attorney's office is ultimately tasked with the delegated responsibility of making charter interpretive legal opinions, and the city attorney's office would respectfully disagree with the statement that's been made.
Deputy City Attorney Strom, respectfully, I have read and interpreted the charter in its plain language, which details the officer that is authorized to issue payments for the city of Grand Rapids. It is not a personal opinion. It is not reckless. It is plain language stated in our city charter.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
Yes, thank you. Is there support?
I want to finish hearing the conversation.
Okay.
I just want to see where it lands.
Okay. I'll just add, I think this is a reopening or a continuation of a conversation that's been going on the past couple of months. We've had our city's legal department give their interpretation. We've obviously heard Mr. City Comptroller's thoughts on the matter. We've had other staff, city manager, our CFO weigh in on the issue. So I don't feel it's appropriate in this setting to continue that conversation. And I would defer other questions or comments to our city legal department. So with that, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting. It is 8:55. We will be back in here at 9:15 for community development, and we'll see you at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock for COW.
morning. It's now 9:16, and we're going to go ahead and call our Community Development Committee to order. How are you all doing? Good. All right, so our first item is a resolution approving agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation, or MDOT, and a separate agreement with Neighbors of Bellnap Lookout for mural collaboration on MDOT retaining wall on Bellnap Hill. Do you have a motion?
I will move the motion. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Mr. Kane?
Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning to the persons that are filling in for some people who are sick. Mr. Jeff there. So yes, this is a landmark in the city of Grand Rapids. This is the retaining wall in the Bellnap neighborhood that is hundreds of thousands of people probably drive and see every month. That retaining wall was put into effect in 1982, and at that time, the Bellnap neighborhood, they put a mural on that retaining wall. Over the years, there's been graffiti on that wall, and the art is no longer salvageable, and so it needs to be replaced. But unfortunately, there are no known maintenance agreements for that particular piece of MDOT property. So what these two agreements are setting out to do is to formalize those responsibilities on who will take care of what. MDOT's process is that an institution, like the City of Grand Rapids, would be the persons that are ultimately responsible for the mural. But we will do another agreement with Noble, who been working with Christina Colby and through their board in establishing that they'll help with the maintenance and also facilitate a public process to pick that art and artist. At this time, there are no funding requirements at the City of Grand Rapids, but maybe at some other point, not MDOT, but Noble and their partners would be seeking funding from a variety of people for that particular mural. There's some other things in there that they would also help with SEPTED, making that mural in such a way that it's defensible from graffiti and whatnot. But I'm here to answer any other questions, and we also have Miss Christina Colby from Noble here too. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I'll just add a couple of comments, and then Ms. Colby, if you'd like to come up, it's up to you. But you showed up to the meeting, so we always like to give you the chance. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Kane. I know this has been a long process trying to unravel kind of the history of this. Thanks for your patience as well, Christina. Because it's not just as simple as we can take it to our committee and just work on it, as working through these number of partners. So I just appreciate you sticking with it, and then we'll be sure to have the appropriate agreements, and so we won't have to go through this process again. Would you like to say anything?
Hello, so I'm Christina Colby. I'm the director at Neighbors of Bellnap Lookout. And this project really is an opportunity for us to do something a lot better. If you're familiar with the imagery of it, it's our colonialism, and now it's 2025, and we're a little different now. So what's fun about this wall is that it was Noble who had a public art committee who helped facilitate this mural back in the 80s. So through this agreement, to be able to bring it back to Noble in our new 2025 committees to do this work again in a new way that's collaborative is a great opportunity.
Thanks so much, Christina. I appreciate your work. And Christina's also filling in at the Creston Neighborhood Association right now. So I know that public art and access to more public art and making sure that we have appropriate and better and updated narratives is really important. So, colleagues, is there anything you'd like to add?
I have a couple of questions,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
briefly. First of all, thank you very much, because this is an exciting project in order to update our city. And as Commissioner Isasi mentioned, art is a really big fundamental part of our community these days, in addition to that. And so as we are transitioning the narrative and the look and feel of everything, I guess the journalist in me and the historian in me asks, will there be documentation of photos of what it is now and how before, after, and during, and things like that, storytelling, anything like that planned?
The City of Grand Rapids Library has documents documenting the mural. I don't know if there's anything else that should be done along with that, but I'd be happy to hear more if you have particular ideas.
I see Ms. Colby shaking her head, so
But
we'll note that for the record.
Yeah, we'll have her come up and.
Especially because it's our 175th anniversary this year, so we've got extra opportunities for activation and things during the process.
Yeah, we have talked about the idea of doing some kind of interpretive signage at the location that could tell the story of what it was and updates on the new mural. Noble has photographs of people, suspended down painting the mural. We have all the old schematics of it. We do have a lot of documentation already that we could easily put into something to tell the story of that. And good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Mr. Kane, was there anything?
Yeah, I just want to say, though, nothing's predetermined on what the art's going to be. Part of the agreement that we're going to have with Noble is that, excuse me.
Busy man.
Spam. But a very important part of this process is that it will be a public process to discover what the community wants for that particular piece. So there is no understanding of what it will be in the future. Part of the agreement, again, will be with Noble to come up with a public process to pick that. And then as another portion of this process, there is an existing mural policy, and the City Commission has given the city manager the authority to approve any mural that can be seen from the public right-of-way. So because we have this agreement where we're ultimately responsible for it, and because of that process, there'll be another opportunity to kind of understand what that mural is going to be through that process. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kane. This is the first step of a further process.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I don't think that we're promising that it will be ready this summer either. I mean, hopefully, but it might be 176.
Understood, but it's part of the big adventure we're on, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, that motion carries. Next item is a resolution approving a construction agreement for the Acrisure Amphitheater. Do you have a motion?
I'll move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. McCall? Filling in for Mr. Berkman, as has been noted.
Yes, I am. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm glad to be here. Yes, this is an item for a construction agreement. It's mainly to construct a local water main on the north side or the west side of Market, put the city street lighting underground, and there's also some street improvements along Market to support the amphitheater. There's a number of services going to the amphitheater, the proposed parking ramp, and also the future site that will be developed as part of this. There's been a couple previous City Commission actions on this to allow consumers to construct electric conduit across the site so they can also provide power to the site, as well as a property access agreement to allow the amphitheater to be built prior to the transfer of property.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, questions for Mr. McCall? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Next is item number 3. It's a resolution approving agreement with MDOT for the Road-to-Mill resurfacing of Cherry Street from Sheldon Avenue to LaGrave Avenue and from Prospect Avenue to 100 feet west of Madison Avenue, and authorizing $661,970 for the local share of project costs.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. McCall?
This is mainly a road-to-mill resurface project in those two blocks. There's also a little bit of sewer separation work in one of the blocks, adding some storm sewer and separating catch basins from the sanitary sewer. We did receive bids last Friday, or MDOT received bids. The bids came in about 10% under the engineer's estimate at $454,376. We do have an MDOT grant for the project in the amount of $171,908.
Great, thank you. Questions, colleagues? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4 is a resolution awarding a contract with Owen Ames Kimball Co. for improvements to Canal Park in the amount of $7,558,843 with a total amount not to exceed $9,980,000.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Sorry, I was...
Yep, David Markworth, Director of Parks. So this will be a transformational project along our downtown corridor that will include a new multi-use trail, additional flood protection, brand new pavilion, improved river access for a lot of our kayaking that we provide through the Recreation Division, new seating plantings that will benefit water and air quality, and a new transformational play space as well. This project is funded through a different variety of sources of funds, primary of which is our Park Bond Fund for $5.755 million. The Monroe North Tifa for $3 million, a $750,000 placemaking grant through the Right Place, and the remainder of which is made up through our Parks Capital Fund. Construction is set to begin with award of this contract later this spring in 2025.
Thank you so much. What's the completion date or projected completion date?
Yeah, we anticipate the projected completion date to be about 18 months, so early summer 2026.
I have one other question. So one was on the time frame. Can you share? Thank you for sharing that capital stack and what that looks like and what are all those contributions. Can you also share? Or if this is maybe a better question for Ms. Behrens and Mr. McCall, what the MLBE participation rate looks like. You know, that's a large price tag. Thinking about a number of those dollars that are being invested. So.
I can speak to this initially, and others are happy to, or I welcome their ability to weigh in. But the participation rate was not what we would hope for it to be.
Okay.
We did the typical outreach on this project, as we've done with other projects with contractors, to make them aware of the work that is available. The time frame in which this project would take place, et cetera. We got really good response and participation in those events. But what we found in follow-up after these bids were received was that contractors are either too busy, tied up in other work across the city. One of those, is the Martin Luther King Lodge on the southeast side of the city. Or the size and scope of the project is beyond contractor ability and reach. That's what we found in some of our feedback. I don't know if Jeff McCall, if you've got other feedback that your office received, or if Ms. Behrens, you had any.
I can add a little bit. Just as a note, so our project managers who are working on river projects are meeting frequently with other partners, DGRI and others, to host these sorts of events and to build the relationships to hopefully have significant MLBE participation. We are circling back as a result of this experience to find out, are there things we can adapt as we continue to go forward? We're going to go forward with the in-river work bid shortly and other projects, so we are learning as we go as well. But I would echo what Mr. Marquardt is saying in terms of the feedback we're getting. But just to let everyone know, we are meeting frequently among project managers to continue to push.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to that is, so it's not what we hoped. What is the estimated number, and how did that fall short of what we were hopeful for, given, essentially given what we saw at the events? And I appreciate the surveying and what was the perspective.
I can't personally speak to what that estimated number may have been, or if we set an estimated number on our projects. Again, I would turn to our assistant city engineer for any of that direction, if you've got any.
Yeah, I don't think we typically set a number. I think this had special funding too, that funneled through the DGRI, I believe, for some of the trails that were being updated. I know a couple people that Carrie had reached out to see if they quoted are actually being awarded items 5 and 6 on here. They are MLBE contractors being awarded some pretty large contracts. So, and one of those I think was at capacity and didn't quote this. So.
And then further, so our average spend across, and there'll be more of a report about this in front of the commission soon, but our average spend has been around 15% overall on city capital projects. So we're trying to do better than that. I can get you the precise, the River Equity Framework does have some targets that are higher than that. I can get you the precise figure from that document.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. I know that, yes, Commissioner.
The memo, just want to clarify, the memo, what I read in the memo is that this project won't be using any MLBE participation, so I think the answer is 0%, but looks like it will be subcontracting 4.5 million out of 7.6 million, which I assume is probably not a business that falls into any of those incentive categories. So just to be clear, so I appreciate this line of questioning because I think it's really important, a huge part of the opportunity that we have to support economic development for all in our city. And so I look forward to our briefing and our conversation about it later today and during COW.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I just would concur with what I have heard here, because that was also a good discussion and question that we're always looking at. So you guys know.
Yes, I would say thank you, Ms. Behrens, for, this has been something we've been talking about, our economic development project team. We've got some new colleagues. This project has gotten moved a little bit, so I know this is definitely of interest. Is going to be another great riverfront access point. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Item number 5 is a resolution awarding a contract with Epic Excavating for systematic sidewalk repairs at various locations, 2025-1 in the amount of $1,292,650 with a total amount not to exceed $1.4 million.
So moved.
Support. Moved and supported.
This is a project to replace non-compliant sidewalk. We do systematic inspections in a geographic area roughly between Michigan Street and Fulton Street to the north and south, and then Plymouth and College. This work is in the second ward. We did the first ward last year, and the third ward in 2023 were kind of our areas. They're using 45% micro-local business participation with a subcontracted amount of $591,000. Epic is also an MLBE contractor. We don't really report out on work that they self-perform, but they would basically be doing the rest of the remainder of the work. Approximately 2.5% under the engineer's estimate. This is for a one-year contract with the city reserving the right to add additional locations or to extend the contract for an additional year upon the city's option and successful negotiations with the contractor.
Great. Thank you for that detail, Jeff. Any questions, colleagues?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Just a general question, just for my own understanding. So are sidewalk repairs done on a ward-by-ward basis? And I heard you just talk about kind of the 3-year rotation. Is that typical every 3 years? Different part. Can you just talk about kind of the general approach to sidewalk repair related?
Sure. It has evolved a little bit. I think when Vital Streets first started, we tried to do a contract in each ward. It became a little bit problematic with contractor capacity and also our own inspection staff. So in 2023, we did this kind of rotation by ward. So that's one way we repair sidewalk. We also have a requested repair, what we call a complaint contract. So if there's hazards, we can put them on contract to fix, or sometimes we do like a temporary asphalt wedge to buy us time until we're into that area to do a permanent repair. And then we also do inspect projects wherever a street's being rotomilled and resurfaced on the local streets for Vital Streets or Boston. All those sidewalks will be inspected, and any non-compliant sidewalk will also be repaired with those contracts. So I think there's 80 or 90 locations on Vital Streets typically annually, and those are spread throughout the wards.
Okay. And how do you prioritize what area to focus on within the ward during that year-to-year rotation?
Well, the Vital Streets funding was for 15 years, so we've, I don't have the map with me, but we're just we're trying to get through the whole city within the 15 years.
Got it.
That's kind of our plan. So we're not duplicating areas on the systematic inspection.
Yeah. Great. Thanks for that breakdown.
I just want to, ask about communication as these projects are happening with neighbors and residents. I know we've talked a bit about that, and there are processes in place and that there are improvements happening. Is there anything in particular as you go through these 3-year cycles and you're doing sidewalk repairs that you would want to, how does the communication happen, I guess is my question.
I know the contractors, if they're going to be taking out a driveway where the people won't have access, they are required to give them advance notification of that. I believe our community engagement also sends out flyers to the people in the area. There's not work in front of every house. It's only where there's repairs that are needed. So in that geographic area.
And if I may, so we are doing a process improvement with multiple departments involved on just capital projects in the right-of-way engagement. So that is ongoing, and we're going to do more of an update to the commission, to the Economic Development Project team in March, and then at Commission Night Out in March as well. We're focusing for this construction season really on things that we can bring that we've learned over the last couple construction seasons to those bigger, longer-term impact, longer closures, parking impact, as the bigger process improvement continues. So ultimately, at the end of the bigger process improvement, we'll sort of have scalable techniques, but you'll get more of an update in March as well.
All right, go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us to item number 6, which is a resolution awarding a contract with Wyoming Excavators for reconstruction of Boston Street from Fuller Avenue to Plymouth Avenue in the amount of $4,995,761, with a total amount not to exceed $6,254,890.
So moved.
Support.
This is one of 4, the memo says 5, but it's actually one of 4 projects that are funded by the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. And as part of that, we have principal forgiveness in the amount of approximately $4,068,000. Not necessarily on this project, but it's on 2 lead service line contracts that are also out for bid right now. This project includes replacement of a 100-year-old water main, approximately 40 lead service lines being replaced, minor storm sewer upgrades, new pavement. We're installing 3 roundabouts at Calvin, Rossman, and Rosewood. And we'll be improving the bike lanes that are on the street currently, making them a little bit wider, making dedicated space for them. The low bidder was Wyoming Excavator. They were approximately 2.8% under the engineer's estimate. The MLBE program was not allowed due to the DWF funding on this project. So they did not, and they did not use any MLBEs, but they are subcontracting an amount of $964,000. And Wyoming Excavators is a micro-local business enterprise as the prime contractor. The amount includes the cost of the construction contract and previously authorized design services by Land and Resources Engineering, and also construction phase services by Land and Resources Engineering.
Thank you for that detail. Colleagues, any questions?
I guess I would just like to highlight and elevate that this is an example of where we are working and to actually improve the infrastructure. 100-year-old water mains exist everywhere. As we all know, we have the potential risk of any kind of adverse event happening. Is there anything that you could illuminate on, generally speaking, as we go forward with the Vital Streets program, how that is working out?
With replacing the water mains, or we do try to coordinate replacing water main with the Vital Streets before we do the investment in the new pavement. So I know the water department does asset management and budgets where they have the, biggest need for water main replacements.
And for those of us who don't know or who may be watching, the Drinking Water Revolving Fund, can someone speak to that, where that originated from and how that functions, briefly?
Sure. It's through the state of Michigan. They get funding. We do a project plan that's approved by commission. It's a 4-year plan, I believe. And but they've had a number of grant opportunities to do lead service lines. We received $10 million back in '22. $4 million last year, $4 million this year. It's about 50 cents on the dollar is the forgiveness that they give once the project's completed.
Mr. Jernberg's here to offer a phone a friend.
So the Drinking Water Revolving Fund, the water system has been using this probably now for about the last 15 plus years. It is a very low interest loan compared to like senior level debt that could be issued at a much higher interest rate. Currently, the interest rates are about 2% for the Drinking Water Revolving Fund, and we're given the option of 20, 30, or 40-year loans for the payback. We typically have stayed with, I believe, the 30-year loans, if I'm not mistaken, 20 or 30 years is typically what we've done in the past. We have not issued senior level debt for some time because of the advantageous nature of the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. There has been principal forgiveness given to those communities that are considered overburdened communities, which Grand Rapids falls into that category. Prior to the overburdened category, the state also used green project reserve classifications for projects that would essentially be energy savings projects, and they would hand out principal forgiveness. That is kind of gone by the wayside, and now they're looking more at the overburdened categories and things like that.
So that I understand and we all understand, that means we don't have to tax our residents or increase to do this kind of work.
It depends on, so if it is strictly a loan, we still have to incorporate it into our rate structure. However, when there's principal forgiveness, it's essentially a coupon or a portion of the money becomes, I don't want to say free money, but it's a reduction on that total project cost.
Great, thank
sense?
you. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner, did you have a question?
I did. I noticed that this project has a roundabout included. We've had a lot of challenges with roundabouts in the past. So I'm curious, the thinking behind that decision and what sort of community engagement, if any, has been done on that, and the role and consideration of said engagement.
Yeah, there was a mailer back on September 27th. I know there's been a community meeting on this. Oftentimes the roundabouts go in as a means to calm traffic. There's high speeds on a lot of these streets, so I don't know if Jessica has any
Commissioner
additional.
Purdue, so with respect to engagement, this will be one of the projects that we are doing enhanced engagement on as we lead up to the start of the project. So not about the design, but about the impacts and how we can ensure that people are aware of what's happening. So this will be where we apply some of our lessons learned from the last construction cycle. But in terms of the design engagement, that has happened.
The engagement with design has happened?
Yes, so it's at this point where it's under construction. So Jessica and Jeff can talk about this a little bit more, but there is a long process of getting through engagement with adjacent property owners, other departments, what do our plans say, all of those things. So we're at the place where we're letting it for bid. So our enhanced engagement this summer will be about the impacts of construction and how to get through that period of time and some of the techniques that we found helpful for businesses and residents that were impacted by some of our larger projects last summer.
Thank you. Did you want to speak a little bit to the design side and engagement during that, please?
So because I'm a little bit new here at the city, you all know that, I'm not familiar with the design specifically to this project, but I did want to speak to why roundabouts are chosen for intersection treatments. They are a traffic calming tool, but the greatest thing that a roundabout does is we put those in areas where an intersection is experiencing a certain type of safety problem. So a roundabout takes a regular intersection where you have two streets crossing, and there are 32 different ways that you can hit another vehicle, a vehicle hit. When you put a roundabout in, you reduce that to 8 potential spots. And it also reduces, and it actually eliminates the ability for head-on collisions and T-bones. So now you're reduced to things like side swipes and things and they're kind of more rare in a roundabout. So you have less extensive crashes, if you have any at all, in a roundabout. So that's why they're a safety measure. And not speaking to this particular design, but that is why an engineer would pick a roundabout over another type of just kind of more traditional looking intersection, if that helps.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the benefits of roundabouts. Thank you. I think because of some of the history, it might be helpful to kind of review some of the past conversations that we've had on some challenges with roundabouts in the city. Specific design, specific challenges, height issue. I mean, I don't know if you've been briefed, but that might be really helpful. And as follow-up, might I request find the information of what engagement was done on the design, kind of pre-implementation that you're talking about, because this will be a big change. I am pretty sure I'll get some calls about it. I'm pretty sure people will be excited about it because folks want to slow down traffic in that area. But we know engagement on large changes has been a huge point of feedback for us and something that we certainly get regularly from our constituents in our different wards.
Our deputy city engineer, Cindy, would you like to share? We're gonna, Jeff, you know, you're gonna have to tell Tim that he owes you lunch. We gave you a lot of questions today. I'm putting that on the record for you. Cindy.
I would like to share that during the public engagement, one of the alternatives presented was actually 4 roundabouts through this area. And through public engagement and working with communities, they kind of shared their lived experience in the area, an intersection they had particular concerns about, and then that was further investigated, and one of the roundabouts was removed. So there was a fairly extensive community engagement portion where they were able to come review the alternative that we had presented and give us feedback and help us improve our design.
Great, thank you, that's really helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks so much. All right, great discussion. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are on item number 7, right? Okay, item number 7, resolution scheduling a public hearing for February 25th, 2025 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation district pursuant to Public Act 146 of 2000 for Laura Chivas Scott at 1032 Martin Luther King Jr. Street Southeast.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported?
Good morning. Yes, this is a $990,000 investment on MLK between Fuller and Eastern, activating 2 first-floor live-work units as well as 3 upstairs residential units in addition to commercial space. I just want to call some attention to the inclusion plan on this one. This aspirational goals for this project have been set at an average of 41.4% across MEB, WEB, and micro-local BEs, which is awesome. And then I also want to call some attention to the investment criteria for the OPRA reaching the highest level of 12 years because of housing diversity and also that really impressive aspirational goals on the inclusion plan.
Thanks, Ms. Renero. Appreciate that. Colleagues, questions? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next item is item number 8, and it is a companion item, but it is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for February 25th, 2025 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation certificate pursuant to Public Act 146 of 2000 for Laura Chivas Scott at 1032 Martin Luther King Jr. Street Southeast.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any other questions, colleagues?
Just a comment, really excited about this project. This is one of those projects that Commissioner Goey was really working one-on-one very closely with property owners in the 3rd Ward to help them get introduced to city staff, processes, incentives. And so just really excited to see this project at this point.
Great.
I want to thank him for his work on that.
Thanks, Commissioner Goey. I know he's diligently watching right now, right? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion, or any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn this community development meeting at 9:48.
57 seconds late. Thank you all for coming. We'd like to start the meeting with asking Director James Hurt to come up for recognition of folks in the Public Services Group.
Morning. I put my glasses on. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, Deputy City Clerk. It's my distinct honor to be here to recognize some of the employees that are doing great work in our city. As you know, our strategic plan has a mission of elevating the quality of life for citizens in our city. And we strive to encourage our employees to be the best that they can be. Not only encouraging them to be part of professional organizations, continuing to improve their skills and their knowledge in their respective fields. And I wanted to come here today to just kind of highlight a few so you know some of the good work that's happening in our city. When I call your name, if you wouldn't mind coming up here, I'd appreciate it. So a couple of the awards and recognitions that I'd like to highlight. First one is from the American Public Works Association, the Michigan chapter. They offer a Michigan Public Services Institute, and it's a 3-year program, 1 week long each year. And we've got some individuals from a couple of different departments who have graduated. And I want to highlight this. And this is the beginnings of entering into leadership, honing some of their skills in terms of leadership going forward, succession planning, and the individuals that I'd like to highlight, Nick Fisher. Nick is currently on acting assignment out at the Lake Plant as utility supervisor. Byron Ingram. Byron is a public works supervisor. James Postma, which I don't think I saw him in here. He's also a public works supervisor. You guys can come on over here. Bob Swain is a public works manager. It's a 1 week training, 3 times for three years, and it's very rigorous. And I will tell you, I've been there. We've got a couple of employees that have graduated. It really sets the stage for them to move into leadership going forward. And I just want to highlight them. You guys can stay right there, though. Also want to highlight another program from the American Public Works Association. It's called the Road Scholars Program. This is really more of an entry level, more of the field staff, getting them prepared for potentially moving into supervision, more lead worker roles. And we had 3 individuals that graduated from that program. So Kyle Perkins, who is a Public Works crew leader. Scott Smith is a Public Works crew leader. And Jesse Sterling, he's an equipment operator within the Public Works Department. If you wouldn't mind coming up here. I know some of these individuals are currently working 3rd shift, so they're probably at home resting. In addition to that, the American Public Works Association gave the city an individual award in 2024, and that was a Project of the Year award for the Biodigester Combined Heat and Power Project at the Water Resource Recovery Facility, and I brought that here. I wanted to make sure the City Commission was aware of the award that we received. Moving on. The Michigan section of the American Water Works Association, or AWWA, employees from the Water Department were recognized for their contributions this past year. Samaria Giffel, the Administrative Services Officer, she received the Chuck Vanderkolk Volunteer of the Year Award. This is an award given to individuals in interaction with a variety of groups, providing long-term exceptional service to the section, performed a single action that had a large impact on the section. And I will say Sam is very active in AWWA, and she's doing a great job, and she chairs the communications committee for the section. Next up is Nick Fisher, receiving another award. Nick is receiving the Young Professional of the Year Award from AWWA. This is given to an individual whose service and achievements are exceptional for their years of service. This award is given annually to one member of the organization, demonstrating an active commitment to the organization and the profession as a whole. Next up is Hillary Karen, Administrative Analyst. Hillary received the Professional Excellence Award. This is an award given to an individual Exceptional contributions to the water industry. And I know Hillary has been here before. She is really leading up our water career program, our public works camps in the summer. She's really helping the city move forward in terms of attracting new talent. And I want to give her kudos for that, and she deserves this recognition as well. Thank you, Hillary. Okay, I'm going to move on. The Michigan Water Environment Association. So you're getting a theme here. These are all these professional organizations that the city is actively involved in, and they're recognizing all the good work of our people. So from the Michigan Water Environment Association, folks who were recognized in 2024, Mike Ortiz, he's a collection system asset technician. He received the Collection Systems Professional of the Year Award. And as I understand it, Mike is somewhere warm and is not here today. I understand really warm. Next up is Rick Varga. He's a wastewater operations and maintenance supervisor. He received the Donald M. Pierce Award. And let me just kind of read a little of that for you. Given to a municipal plant operator, worthy recipient has demonstrated the ability to do an outstanding job at a municipal facility by producing a good effluent. Producing good effluent is important. From a clean, orderly plant when interacting with employees and operators for the betterment of the profession. I don't think Rick is here. Is he? No. Okay, next up, I put this one on here because I thought it was important. Gary DeCock is a retired employee, is still active in this association, and he received an Excellence in Service Award. He retired from ESD, I don't even know if I can tell you, probably 6-7 years ago, but still very active in the industry. I wanted to recognize him. Next up is Robert Karlstrom, Industrial Pretreatment Program Officer. He received the Pretreatment Program Professional of the Year Award. You ask, what is that? Well, I'm going to tell you. This award was given to an operator of an industrial wastewater system. Oops, excuse me, wrong one. Individual working day-to-day basis in the industrial pretreatment program. And if you understand, the city has a very extensive industrial pretreatment program. We work with a lot of industries to ensure what they're delivering to us in terms of their waste meets all the compliance and does not have a significant impact on our system. Robert displayed remarkable dedication to our employer and to the MWEA, excelled professionally and publicly promoted the water environment profession. Next up is Bill Polma. Bill Polma is a utility operations superintendent. He received the Maintenance Professional of the Year Award. Award is given to an individual who works on a day-to-day basis in maintenance, has displayed remarkable dedication to an employer and to the MWEA, excelled professionally and publicly promoted the water environment profession. Lastly, from the MWEA is Lauren McIntyre. Lauren is an environmental resource technician. She received the PK SARTA Lab Professional of the Year Award. I'm not really sure I understand what all that means, but she is a dedicated lab technician. She was awarded this, who displays remarkable dedication to the employer, excelled professionally, consistently generated reliable data, and publicly promoted the profession of the laboratory analyst. Lastly, from the MWEA, the city received the President's Award. So the president of MWEA gives out an award every year, and they gave this award to the WRF. So the Water Resource Recovery Facility received the President's Award, and it's a really distinguishable honor. I attended the conference and received it on behalf of the city with a number of our employees, and it was a very good event. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you about this one, the Transportation Asset Management Council. TAMC has an award they give out, and this year was Rick DeVries, Assistant City Engineer, semi-retired. He received the Carmine Palumbo Individual Achievement Award. This award is given to an individual who demonstrates the knowledge of transportation asset management, advocacy and support for that transportation asset management, and demonstrated leadership and vision. And this past summer, this award was given to Rick. He showed up at the conference, and well-deserved. Those of you who've worked with Rick know how dedicated he is to asset management that he's been doing for 15, 20 years. And I wanted to just highlight that for you. Last but not least of the awards that I have, this one comes from the Grand Rapids Police Board of Awards. And this one is really a 2025, but since I was here taking time on the podium, I felt like I should acknowledge this recipient. Sally Byer, she's a refuse collection operator in the Public Works Department, and she was nominated and will be receiving the Exceptional Civilian Service Award in March for her work on corridor cleaning and assistance with the unhoused population. I was going to say, please join me in congratulating these individuals. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate all that you do. So thank you so much. Where's Steve? I think he was going to do a picture for us. Oh, right here. Can we do a quick picture in front of the commission?
Of course.
All right.
And while you're coming up, let me point out that it's February and James is still here, but thank you also, Mr. Hurt, for all of your years of service. I'm not happy that you're retiring. You're not old enough, but I guess you get to choose. So thank you for all the years you put in.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Come over here.
Stand up so you can see us in the picture.
Congratulations. I'm so happy you're like that. Where do you want us?
All the way back, yeah.
Mayor.
So rather than sit down, I'm now going to go to the podium because our next item agenda is proclamation of National Black History Month. And I'd ask Brandon Davis to come up and join me at the mic.
We have some other members of the community. Should they join us now as well?
Sure. Anyone who's here for this proclamation, that'd be great if we got community members who want to come up and join us.
So we know we have representatives from Black Business Voices. We also have representatives from the Office of Oversight and Public Accountability and Equity Engagement, as well as the Urban League. You all will join us.
Don't be shy. Come on up. You look like you're lined up. Come on up. This is an altar call. Come on up here. Get hands laid on you.
Oh, man. This is my bag.
You get closer. I'm not contagious.
That's true.
All right, so allow me to read this into the record. This proclamation, whereas throughout our nation's history, African Americans have made profound and lasting contributions to the United States in every aspect of life, from arts and sciences to politics, business, education, and beyond. And whereas African Americans have been pivotal in shaping the cultural, social, and economic fabric of our nation, overcoming immense challenges and adversity to build a better future for all. Whereas in 1926, historian Carter G. Woodson established the celebration of Negro History Week, which later evolved into Black History Month in 1976, following President Gerald Ford's call to recognize the contributions of African Americans and the need to continue efforts for racial equality and justice. And whereas Black History Month is an opportunity for all Americans to reflect on the struggles, triumphs, and resilience of African Americans, honoring their impact to our nation's growth and progress. And whereas the theme for this year's celebration, African Americans and Labor, highlights the undeniable link between oppression under slavery and African Americans' pursuit of better labor laws and protection for workers across all industries. And whereas Black History Month serves as a reminder of the ongoing work towards justice, equality, and the pursuit of freedom for all, and provides an opportunity for all people to learn, reflect, and celebrate the diverse contributions of African Americans to the story of America. And whereas this Black History Month, we recognize the enduring legacy of African Americans in labor movements and affirm our commitment to advancing equitable outcomes for all Grand Rapidians. Now, therefore, I, David LeGrand, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in Grand Rapids, a time to honor the rich legacy, enduring strength, and transformative impact of African Americans on our nation's past, present, and future.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So first of all, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commission, City Manager, for making this proclamation. We just are really honored to work in a city that will do this. I'm honored to be a part of a community that still sees the value of Black History Month, that recognizes the contributions of African Americans in labor. And with this year's theme, I think it's important that we recognize the staff that work day in and day out to really push this organization forward. I'm grateful for the members of NFBPA who are here as well, and the Social Justice ERG, and everyone who contributes to the fabric of Grand Rapids. So thank you for making this proclamation. And with the Mayor and City Manager's permission, we'll take a photo. At this time, can we invite NFBPA and Social Justice ERG to join us as well?
Happy Black History Month. Happy Black History
AJ, you missed us.
I did. How you doing?
Heard it through the grapevine. I was like, for real.
I cannot see Anna or Dee. She thinks she's taller than me. She also thought I like her. Can I suck music, please? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for throwing all the teeth and finally walking. Even though it's busy. I know. She doesn't stop.
Who am I missing? Kelsey? Well, this is, I'm gonna exercise, we've got a quorum, and this is, I think, fairly pro forma, our next business, so I'm gonna move forward, despite the fact that Commissioner Perdue had to step away for a moment. So the next item up for consideration is a resolution approving a number of Commissioner travel items for professional development and conference attendance. I ask for a motion before we get to discussion.
So moved.
Support.
Thank you. Mr. Canfield.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, several of you have expressed interest in attending professional development or conferences this year, and per City Commission Policy 100-02, a vote of the Commission is required to approve that sort of travel for training and meetings, and I would note that these are offered by the Michigan Municipal League. The city is a longstanding member of that Association of Local Governments, and the training is a good value.
Great. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have a resolution recommending approval of the Michigan Liquor Control Commission Social District and, sorry, I got a.
Sorry.
Oh.
It's me. I was wrong.
Okay.
You're at Michigan
I was
Liquor
getting
Control.
little hand signs there, but that's okay. Hey, the error rate is clearly on my side of the fence thus far in the first couple meetings. So, so I'd ask for a motion for that resolution.
So moved. Support.
Discussion. Pardon me.
Yeah, this is permitting Silva Restaurant to participate in the expanded social district that we established.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Resolution carries. And now, item number 5. So this is a resolution regarding the option agreement with PS Equities to purchase the city-owned property at 427 Market, and for the our TV audiences. To refresh everyone's recollection, this is the parcel that's essentially at the corner of Market and Wealthy, and I'm a little weak on quadrant cardinal directions, but I believe that it is south and west, so it's south of Wealthy and west of Market, and it adjoins the river. This is a piece of parcel that adjoins parcel already owned by PS Equities, and I'd ask for a motion.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, and Ms. Behrens.
Thank you very much, and apologies for jumping the gun here. I was just very excited about this one. And also the errors continue. You have in front of you a red line that shows some Scribner's errors that needed to be corrected on the resolution that is in front of you. The clerk has already made those changes, so no special motion is needed. Just for transparency, I wanted you to be aware of a couple things that needed to be corrected. So hopefully smooth sailing after this. So as the mayor noted, this is a piece of city-owned property at the corner of Wealthy and Market. You can see it there. It's currently surface parking. We have for a number of years been contemplating use of this property. One of the steps we took in the last couple of years, actually, you can see we worked with the billboard company to get that billboard removed in order to be ready for a different use of this property. It was originally purchased by the city with something called CMAQ funds, which is an air quality fund that flows through Michigan Department of Transportation but comes from the federal government, and it was for best layover parking. With some changes at the Rapid and some other improvements that they made, the lot was no longer needed for that, and since then has been operated by our mobile GR department as a surface parking lot. It is relatively underutilized, so on an average day it's 10 or 15% or less used, and has been part of the contemplation of the Market corridor redevelopment opportunity and the change that the city is making overall with respect to the Grand River, and kind of reorienting ourselves to the Grand River and making that an asset that we celebrate. So just a little bit more on the corridor planning piece of it. So I tried to put it in context here. So again, the big orange arrow shows the piece of property that is in front of you today as potentially subject of this option agreement. As you go sort of north, and I guess that would be east along Market, you can see there is 509 Wealthy immediately across Wealthy Street there. That is another piece of city-owned property. And then as you continue along, you'll cross over the railroad tracks, and then you get to 201 Market, which is the site, obviously, of the amphitheater currently under construction, but also anticipated as part of the transformational brownfield plan that was brought forward by Grand Action to also include housing. And so we look forward to future development there. And then as you cross 131 is the Three Towers Transformational Brownfield project that also is a mixed-use development, substantial investment in the community. And so you can see transformation all along Market corridor there. The Grand Rapids Forward Plan, GR Forward Plan, and River for All really both focused in on the opportunity to ensure that we really are carrying forward that transformation throughout the corridor. So again, opportunities for public connection to the river, opportunities for activation of the river, opportunities to draw people through that corridor. And again, contextually, just off the map, you see the ability to take a hard left off of Market up Godfrey, and you'll find Factory Yards. So this site is kind of an opportune location to make that connection up into the further neighborhoods beyond factory yards. Oxford Trail comes through that area as well, and some improved sidewalk connectivity happening there. So this corner, while a small corner, is an opportunity to continue that theme of a place for people and a place to recognize and celebrate the river with different types of uses. One other highlight I want to provide, and I had touched on this a little bit at the Economic Development Project Team meeting in November where we first talked about this opportunity. One of the questions that had been outstanding for a number of years and kind of was on the table when I started at the city actually was sort of, is there a river activation use for this site? So there had been some plans that contemplated perhaps a kayak takeout use of this site with parking. When DGRI successfully attained that Greenway grant, we really rolled up our sleeves with DGRI and others to plan this corridor and see where are the appropriate locations for public access to the river, and landed that kayak takeout site actually at 509 Wealthy, so just on the other side of Wealthy Street. A number of reasons for that, most likely because of the challenges of the flood wall here. So the elevation of this particular site above the river is quite high. It's got to be 10, 15 feet above the river. And there is a substantial wall there that provides flood protection, but it is also the wall of a box sewer that runs under this site as well. So the cost and technical challenges of creating an access point here led the team to conclude that the kayak takeout really should happen a little bit on the other side of 509, and those designs are underway. So that really did free up the opportunity to think about a different kind of private use, and then the conversations with PS Equities, the immediately adjacent property owner, began more in earnest. And so again, a little bit more zoomed in on the proposed development parcel. It would be the aggregation of both the PS Equities parcel that is roughly 18,000 square feet, about 11,000 square feet of which is usable, and the 427 Market site, which is itself about 42,000 square feet or so, about 39,000 or less usable when you take into account easements and setbacks and front yards and all the things that our planners think about when they think about how to develop that site. A little bit more about the proposed development. So again, it is an affordable housing proposal. PS Equities has a history of affordable housing, and they are partnering with the Dwelling Place on this project. And we have Jacob Horner here in the audience from the Dwelling Place representing the project team. So they are looking at an affordable housing project. They are interested in going forward with a LIHTC application in this April funding round, which is coming right up on us. So they are in the midst of all of that contemplation and what that means. I will point out a couple of the challenges that you heard about from Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. in a letter that they submitted to the commission on this project, one of which really is kind of the LIHTC application process and the LIHTC requirements for affordable housing, which include parking. So while this is an urban area and we want there to be easy and safe access to transit, through the underwriting process with LIHTC, we are finding that there is still need at that level, and the underwriters believe that parking is still necessary for most of the units there. So there's a parking ratio that needs to be accommodated on this site. And again, the box sewer and some of the other things that are happening there means that this project will include some surface parking. And so that creates some challenges in how to balance all of the things that the plans envision for this site with some of the less desirable components of surface parking. And there will be more process with our design review team and planning commission on those details as they're refined, and how to strike the right balance of desire for activation along Market and also along the river. But this option agreement does establish some, I refer to them as floor sort of requirements. So at least it has to satisfy some things including providing at least 75 units of housing in a building of at least 5 stories. There are some minimum affordability requirements here, so at least 80% of the units would be affordable at 120% AMI or below, with 40% of that total being affordable at 60% AMI or below. Provided some information there just as a reminder about what those wage ranges are, what that area median income information is, which is what AMI stands for. So that's what we're looking for the project to deliver, to get along with some of the more refined site planning and activation and pedestrian welcoming details that will be worked out through the design team process. We are still working on finalizing the formula related to purchase price, but it will be based on overall density and parcel size as they go forward. So as they land on how many units can actually be on that site, we work with our appraiser to validate a purchase price that makes sense. There is a $5,000 option fee that is largely non-refundable. There are some things, if we don't follow up with our obligations, that would trigger that to be refunded. This is a 1-year option period with 2 additional 1-year renewals. Each of those, though, need mutual agreement. So if it does not look like this project is going to materialize, we have the ability to regroup with the commission and look for different opportunities. So with that, I am open for questions. So again, Jacob Horner from Dwelling Places here. Also have Rowan Brady from our Development Center in the audience if there are detailed questions about the planning process and plans.
So I have a number of things I'd like to dig into, but happy to let my fellow commissioners go first. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation. I appreciate it. Just wanted to start by saying I think it's exciting to see a property like this and its location be used for housing. I think that's great, and it's very much in line with our long-term vision for the riverfront. So I guess I was curious more about the LIHTC piece, because I know LIHTC's super competitive. So I'm just curious, like, how do we, based on the scorecard, like, how competitive do we think that this LIHTC is going to be compared to others? And then I guess part 2 of that question would be, like, is the affordability requirements under the option agreement, I guess, could those still happen if a LIHTC weren't to be awarded? Or would the property owner be locked into the affordability requirements? And then I guess, like, the property would just sit there until it's made possible elsewhere. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how that might play out.
So I'll take the second question first, and then I'll defer to Mr. Horner on the LIHTC intricacies. He's much more familiar with that. So if this project were not successful in the first April funding round for LIHTC, the option does say that any successful project has to meet at least that minimum affordability. So at that point, we would regroup with the development team, look at, are there other incentives or other tools that could actually support development that delivers on that affordability. And if the answer to that is no, then the option would either terminate, or we could come back to the commission with some recommended changes to that affordability level if something would pencil, and see if that still meets your objectives. But any project that moves forward under this option has to meet those minimum affordability requirements. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Horner.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Just to clarify, I'm Jacob Horner from Dwelling Place. We're in a joint venture with PS Equities. But to answer your question about competitiveness, the site does have some challenges to it, but it also has some very good opportunities to it that we believe we'll be able to talk to Mishta about. So the 9% tax credit is one avenue that we're going to pursue, but we're going to be pursuing multiple avenues, some of which rely on that competitive criteria and some of which do not. So there is a way for us to apply to Mishta for 9% credits outside of the scoring. It's called a strategic investment, so we're also considering that. But the site does have a lot of attributes to it that lend to affordable housing development, and we think Mishta will see that.
Mayor.
Yeah, I actually think Commissioner Usasi was next. But yes.
I wanted to respond to the question that Commissioner Robbins asked about the site. Just in disclosure, full disclosure, it did not make it into the published agenda for this morning's packet, but it will be this afternoon. The letter that we received from Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc., I think was sent to all the commissioners. And first of all, I want to thank PS Equities and Dwelling Place for their partnership in helping us address this important challenge around housing. housing. But I think Downtown Grand Rapids Inc. has also been in discussions with the developers about a potential alternative site for consideration if the developers were interested that might also be more competitive in scoring. Have you been part of those conversations?
I have had one conversation with Downtown GR on that, so that was just introduced to us last week, so it's something we're still thinking about and we'd like to have more conversation about. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's more competitive. I think that there's pros and cons to both, but we've made a substantial investment of time and money into this site, and we think that it's a very good site, and we'd like to move forward with it. I understand some of the design concerns that were raised. We'd like to talk more about that. We have spent months with the city working on the design. In fact, we engaged in the optional planning review process and paid the fee for that so that we could get feedback from city staff on the design and make it as good as we possibly could. But we'd like to get input from all the community members through our engagement process, through further discussions, just so we can make the site as competitive as possible.
Thanks. Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation. And I'm going to take you back on a little history. Back in 2024, seems like a long time ago though now. But in 2024, myself, Commissioner Perdue, and Mayor Bliss were on our economic development project team. And this project was initially presented there. I think one of the reasons that I would say we were supportive of the project, and I would say probably enthusiastic, was hearing about the owner of PS Equity's experience in LIHTC grants, or LIHTC awards, I'm sorry, and being able to capture them. It's a very specific formula. We've also haven't, I think in the last round, maybe the last two rounds, there haven't been LIHTC grants awarded in our city. I don't know if that's correct. I think at least in the last round. So that was of particular interest. I think it stood out. And I also appreciate the comments about the work that has been put into this project already. I think, quite honestly, also in 2024, we were having a conversation about a transformational brownfield that didn't have, in many of the cases, I think the questions that were asked here, a number of things that were not yet known because of the development process that needed to move forward. So I don't think this project is any different in that. I will just say that I certainly read the letter and can appreciate the considerations. I think this gets it to that higher use, at least what's being proposed of it is a full surface lot right now. It's also adding something that we know and we have said is truly a priority for us, is affordable housing, and that, you know, the mantra is we are looking for housing at all price points, and to be able to say we can do transformational projects and we can have LIHTC projects, I think for me is a point of pride to be able to sit here and listen to this. And thank you for outlining kind of the realities, Ms. Behrens, about, you know, if it doesn't work out or these pieces, this is what would happen. And we know that that is the case for many development projects. So I do want to say it went through that rigorous piece. I think it also did go through the current economic development project meeting again this year. I'm not on it this year, so I'm not sure. And I think, again, just going to, I would say, yeah, certainly the pieces about the green infrastructure, those pieces, those will certainly be going through our, you know, requirements that exist in terms of our planning process. So I was excited about the project when I heard about it in Economic Development Project Team, and I want to say I'm excited about it again. I will be moving to support this option agreement. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, thank you all for the presentation. I would just like to echo Commissioner Isasi's comments. I will also be supporting this due to, I think that, as Commissioner Isasi said, we had a significant development with the Three Towers project and market rate housing. And I think that this really shows what type of community we're trying to make along the river. I think it would be a challenge to, what message will we be sending to the public if we had another project that was sort of similar or at market rate. I think this is a beautiful show of who we are as folks in Grand Rapids, that we want all different types of folks with different income levels to be able to have, as Ms. Barron said, prime real estate right on the river. So thank you for the presentation, and I will be voting to move this forward.
Commissioner Belcheck.
I think Marshall took some of the words out of my mouth. Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore. I agree. I'm very happy. I like the presentation today, specifically around the vision, around the whole river, and how you, Ms. Behrens, presented this property connects to that property all the way up to the amphitheater and beyond. I think that this is an important visionary piece to be able to be stepping back at that 30,000 foot level and say, listen, we have a beautiful river, we have a beautiful city, and this is a city for all. So being able to bring that ability here in this project and with partners that I see is very equitably and comprehensively capable of delivering this, I think that that is an important piece. And I would be curious to know specifics just around like how many parking spots would be required, because even though I know we are looking towards a walkable and more transit-oriented city, we do still use cars. And many people who are in the working class income brackets, by the way, thank you for putting that on this slide that represents what people are making when they are in these brackets of AMI. I think that's important for us to remember that these are people like you, me, and our neighbors who need places to live and deserve a good view as much as the next person. So, you know, cars still are important, and we cannot just say that's not also a valuable use. So how would that be implemented going forward through the design process? I think there's opportunity there. So, and then also my last question would just be in regards to the thought process of a minimum of 75 units, how realistic is it to be able to increase that number, or where are we at with that plan? Perhaps Mr. Horner can answer that.
Sure, thank you. So the 75, we know that that's workable. We would like to have a more dense project. Although with MISTA and the way that their programs are designed, sometimes it's more beneficial to have a larger unit than more units. So we actually had a design that had 100 units, and because it didn't fit well with MISTA's guidelines, we converted a number of studios to 2-bedroom apartments. So we have, I think, over either 100 or over 100 bedrooms, if you count it that way, if you're looking at bedroom size versus just number of units. And so we definitely want to have that density, but also balance that with what the market needs and what we can finance and get accepted.
And just on a last question note, that area is very busy in terms of traffic. Mm-hmm. Market and Wealthy are very, very busy intersections. There's a lot of traffic in terms of even trucks and things like that. So when we think about what does it mean to activate a particular street front, I would like us to be very, this is for the design process, I guess, feedback, to be thinking about what does it mean to activate an area, because realistically at the present time and probably into the near future, there isn't going to be a lot of pedestrian along there. So I think that a ground floor units are appropriate, but that's just my opinion. It would be worth bringing to the Planning Commission and going for those kinds of exemptions or whatever is needed there.
One other question while we got a LIHTC expert up here. Is it possible to do a hybrid LIHTC project? In other words, say I want LIHTC for the bottom 8 floors and I want to add 3 floors on top that don't get LIHTC.
Yes, it is possible. It's a mixed income is what we would call it. And the option agreement as drafted allows us that flexibility to go up to 120% of AMI, so that we have the flexibility to either be 100% affordable or to have some what I'd call workforce housing. So between 80 and 120% of AMI.
Okay, what I'm asking, I guess, let me see if I can ask it more precisely. Let's say your building is 70 units is, let's say, 7 stories tall. Is there a LIHTC prohibition on you saying, well, the bottom 7 stories are our LIHTC project, and we're going to put market rate on 3 floors above that? Could you Could you add that and have it not be part of your LIHTC application? In other words, could the project expand to, say, 100 units and the top 3 floors were market rate? Or does LIHTC not give you the flexibility to do that? Is it like you have a building, it is either a LIHTC building or it's not, and it's the whole building that's LIHTC?
It is possible, long story short, but essentially you could condo the building, so you'd have 2 different owners, and you could have one owner be non-tax credit. But you can also do a mixed income development where you're not designating which units are the market rate units or the affordable units. They float within the development. So it's possible.
But if there were other incentives that came along, that they might allow you to expand the building independent of your LIHTC application, is what I'm saying.
Yes, I would just caution that this is a very constrained site with, the city needs a 50-foot easement from the river, and so that creates a lot of challenges.
I understand you can't make your footprint any bigger, but you can, I'm always hoping for the Burj Khalifa. Like if you could go 200 stories, that would be nice.
Dream big.
So, thank you. Any other, I'm sorry, Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you. Just want to express my enthusiastic support of this. Really, really excited about it for all the reasons previously mentioned, and just hope that we can do everything that we can to make sure that we can see this through today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of the resolution approving the option agreement, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Great. Moving on to item number 6. This is resolution on the Brownfield Plan amendment for the Adobe West Fulton project. And I think we're going to have to vote on these resolutions independently, but you'll notice that the next resolution's also for an NEZ for the same project. So I don't know if you want to talk about both resolutions right now, and we can talk about both and vote independently, but I'd ask for a motion.
Support.
Item number 6, thank you. So take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So this is the final step in the Brownfield Plan pursuit for the new construction project along Fulton for a new 4-story structure. This is the project that's moving the Adobe in and out, just for reference. So I know this has made its way through, our Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, as well as we had a public hearing on January 14th. And so this is for eligible activities, traditional eligible activities, so demolition, site prep, public infrastructure, and lead and asbestos abatement. This is a plan that will, a 19-year term for those reimbursements. And I wanted to just call attention to the inclusion plan aspirational goals on this one. We're at 17% or 3.6 of that 20.6 million in construction costs, is a blended approach between women-owned, minority-owned, and micro-local business-owned, which we strive for about 15%. So 17 is a solid number put forward. And then I also want to, just while we're talking about it, I recognize it's a separate vote, but this is also coupled with the next item for the neighborhood enterprise zone, which is a 15-year recommendation based on meeting 2 investment criteria from the city around mobility, as well as those aspirational goals for the inclusion plan. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks. Any questions from commissioners?
I just want to reiterate that as a first ward project and having met with the developer, I do think that this is a really great opportunity to be expanding what we're able to do along West Fulton and to be able to add housing and other retail opportunities. So I see this as a good investment in our brownfield development plan.
Any other questions or comments? Great. Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, resolution passes. Moving on to number 7, which I don't think we need further discussion of, but this is a resolution for the neighborhood enterprise zone for the same project. Motion?
So moved.
Support.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. And now we'll talk about, I'm sorry, No,
Yep, they're
657 Fulton is a legitimately different project. So next resolution, and Ms. Renero, I don't know, I'm suspecting this is you also.
Yes.
The resolution approving a brownfield plan development for the Annex Fulton project at 657 Fulton. And this has been in front of the commission before. So
Yes.
just to refresh all your memories, this is another project on Fulton. It's that one that's got the kind of the bridge between the two buildings, I think.
Yes. Construction of 2 new 3-story buildings, total 6.1 in development costs. This is actually tapping housing TIF. And so,
If I can interrupt,
sure,
Ms.
please.
Renell, I was moving too fast. Yep.
So moved.
Motion support. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I was too. Okay. So this is the final step from a brownfield plan perspective for the recommendation of the approved resolution. This is as it pertains to potential rent loss, tapping the new housing tax increment financing. So we have some numbers here, and I recognize the desire to add more detail, and we'll make sure that those area median income ranges get put actually in to the memos here. But just for awareness on this one, this is 23 apartments, and we're looking at a total of 1.7 million roughly in brownfield ask, but 959,000 actually being eligible with what's available for reimbursement. The only other thing that I wanted to mention, again, this is paired with the neighborhood enterprise zone on the next item, which is going to be coming back for certificate approval on the 25th, February 25th City Commission. So there's one more step for the NEZ, but today for the brownfield plan recommendation, this will be the last time you'll see it.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments or questions from commissioners?
Just to clarify, this is the same developer, and in conjunction, it actually expands that whole block path on the other side of Adobe.
Yes.
On the other side. Okay, so just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries, and I think we can, without further discussion, tee up item number 9. So I have a motion for that.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. I'm now going to exercise chair privilege here and move to briefings before we move to resolution number 10, and ask folks from Network 180 up to talk about our crisis continuum.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager, and other elected officials. Thank you for having us today. We are really excited to update the implementation of the full crisis continuum. This project has probably been 10 years in the making. It has taken numerous stakeholder meetings. It's gotten the endorsement of all the healthcare systems, our partners here at the city, our partners at the county. We tried to include as many people as we possibly can as we design this system. And we are very excited. The last piece of it opened in May. That was the Downtown Behavioral Health Crisis Center. And we are continually adding things to the continuum to tweak it, to make it even more effective for our community. I'm going to turn it over to my Chief Operating Officer, Beverly Reiskamp, who's going to update you on the actual particulars.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for this opportunity to share. I'm going to start out with one slide that summarizes the full continuum sort of in one view and talks about the purpose and the goals behind developing a continuum of crisis behavioral health services. What we're trying to do in developing these services is provide very flexible and responsive services in a crisis that are the least restrictive, least intensive, and least costly, and also avoid unnecessary use of emergency departments, inpatient psychiatric, and the jail. So that's what we're trying to do. And good continuums, this slide was developed by one of the pioneers in the field out of Arizona. We'll often have a telephonic component because you can get more done than you'd think with a great telephonic intervention, a mobile crisis component, as well as crisis facilities. So luckily we now have all of these in our community, and I'll spend a little bit of time on all of them. First, I did want to just mention homeless outreach team, HOT, as a starting place, though. We consider this part of our crisis continuum, and it's a collaboration, of course, between the City of Grand Rapids and Network 180 with city staff, as well as clinicians and individuals with lived experience. We consider this part of our crisis continuum because it's about prevention, and we know that the best way to manage crisis and to respond is to be able to have relationships with folks and meet them where they are, hopefully meet them early on and prevent crises. So I'm going to move through these slides very quickly because I know you have a busy morning in front of you, but wanted to mention that important starting point for our continuum. And now I'll move on. I'm kind of moving from least intensive to most intensive in these slides. This is actually the newest component of our community's crisis continuum, and it is embedding a Network 180 clinician at the Kent County Sheriff's Office 911 dispatch. This is, again, that important telephonic piece, and it was structured this way due to the geography that the Sheriff's Office covers. So we'll talk in a minute about the co-response that we operate with Grand Rapids Police Department. That model is less effective over large geographies because you can spend an hour getting from one place to another. We wanted to leverage our resources and get as many touch points as possible. So that's why we've started with this telephonic model at the Sheriff's Office. That means we have ability to be connected to both 911 dispatches in our county. One is Kent County Sheriff's Office, the other one is GRPD. So that's good news. Now I'm going to move into mobile crisis response models. We have two of these up and running in our community. One is solely behavioral health staff. The other one is co-response. I'm going to spend just a few minutes first talking about this behavioral health model, which is behavioral health staff going out in pairs. This has been up and running since 2016 when it was only kids response. It's grown considerably over the years. This data shows kind of steady growth every year. And since 2019, we've seen 4,126 unique individuals. And something to know about these interventions, about 89% of them are provided within 1 hour of the request, so we're pretty speedy. We meet people where they live. We meet people in schools, homes, shopping malls, you name it, wherever the need is presenting. And about 86% of individuals are safely stabilized without requiring psychiatric inpatient. So we're able to, again, deliver the right service at the right time.
Sorry, can I interrupt you there?
Absolutely.
Can you back up a slide. So are you aggregating the co-response and the worker response only, or was that data for your pairs, your teams of social workers who are going out?
This one is just the teams of social workers. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And then this next slide is the GRPD co-response model. This was actually initiated by the City of Grand Rapids. They invited us into partnership to do co-response, which is a master's level clinician riding along in the same vehicle as a law enforcement officer. We now have 3 clinician FTEs who are participating in this model. We've been just delighted to see the results. You can see in this data some of the basic activities that these teams perform. They're responding to calls for service, direct calls for service, so those are things that are coming through 911. They're doing follow-ups when other situations are identified, and doing mental health pickup orders as well. And you can also see in terms of email referrals and phone consults, that's showing the increasing activity that's consultative between law enforcement and the clinicians, which has grown as the relationship between the clinicians and the law enforcement officers have done more work together. We're really happy with the results in terms of avoiding unnecessary use of intensive and restrictive services. Over the 3 years that we've been up and running, we've avoided 680 emergency department 1,032 ambulance diversions are in the mix, and 313 jail diversions as a result of this service. And now I'll spend a little bit of time on that last component of our continuum, which is the crisis facility, the new behavioral health crisis center that opened this past spring. It contains 2 basic service components, both of which are open 24/7. The front door is sort of a walk-in urgent care, if you will. It's open to anybody who needs a crisis service, regardless of whether they have insurance or what type of insurance, and that's because we have some grant funding to support this in its first couple of years. And then the other service is a secure unit, so it's a much more intensive service that individuals can receive treatment in for up to 72 hours. So I'll spend a little bit more time walking through this for you. This is our implementation timeline. So we cut the ribbon back in April, and we soft opened because this is a new service. We actually had to have legislation passed in the state of Michigan to support opening this type of service. So we opened slow. So we had opportunity to make sure we were feeling safe and we were going to be successful. In June, we started taking drop-offs from our co-response team. In July, we were fully open to all referrals, and then in the fall, we opened all 16 beds in the secure unit. And these are really the goals, again, of a crisis stabilization unit, and that is the new level of care that was supported by legislation that we were actually the first in the state of Michigan to open a CSU. So again, it's 24/7 crisis treatment alternative. It's not simply a screening, it's not a referral, it's immediate access to treatment as an alternative to emergency departments, jails, and inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. It reduces transitions of care and emergency department boarding, so that's individuals who are waiting in emergency departments for a bed in an inpatient hospital. That was one of the problems we were trying to solve in standing this up. It does provide direct law enforcement drop-off, and our average time is 7 minutes for drop-off, and that was very key. We wanted to make it very easy for folks to use this option. And it is a secure unit, so that was another thing that needed legislation to be able to support this type of care, but it provides both voluntary and involuntary treatment for up to 72 hours. And again, it provides that immediate mental health and substance use treatment, but it doesn't operate as a hospital or an emergency department. And again, that's what required a statute to permit that to open in the state. These are the basic features of our crisis center here in Kent County. We are located on the campus of Trinity Health Grand Rapids, and in fact, they have been our partners throughout this whole process. So one of the advantages of being right there on the Trinity Health campus is that we have interior hallway access to the emergency department and the acute care hospital. That actually expands who we're able to serve in this setting, because if folks have some medical issues going on, we can say yes and know that emergency medical resources are just a few steps away if that's what's needed. So that's been just a wonderful positioning in the community. The way we're set up is Network 180 provides all the behavioral health services, and Trinity Health provides outpatient lab and pharmacy. We're leasing nursing staff and behavioral health techs from Trinity Health, so they have that great medical background, and again, they're able to help us provide a more robust service. And then we also purchase food service, janitorial, and security. So again, economies of scale from being on that hospital campus and being able to purchase services that are already part of that hospital operation. Again, we offer the two levels of care, both of which are open 24/7. One is basically the brief intervention. I like to think of it as, outpatient care on demand. So you can walk in, you can get a crisis intervention with a social worker for a couple of hours. And if that is what's needed, again, we're going for the least intensive, least costly service, and that often will fulfill the need. But for about 1 in 3 folks who present in crisis, we need to use the more intensive secure unit, which includes 16 individual rooms, and you see the common area right there with our very bright mural, trying to make sure we had a cheerful atmosphere. This is just a photo of one of the individual rooms in the secure unit, and I'll give you a little bit of data from last year. So this is a snapshot of the folks we're seeing and the interventions we're providing in this unit. Total unique individuals, now it's a little bit higher than this. This goes through 2024, but in the brief intervention, saw a total of, a little over 1,300 unique individuals, and in the crisis stabilization unit, just over 700. And when we talk about total interventions, because there are folks who will come and see us more than once, total admissions in the secure unit were 881. Total brief interventions were just over 2,000 in 2024. And I just wanted to highlight again, the partnership with the Grand Rapids Police Department in terms of drop-offs. So we're seeing that activity continue to grow, making use of this, and that's been very exciting to see, making good use of this alternative for folks who are encountering law enforcement. And one last slide, this is on inpatient admissions impact. So this is inpatient psychiatric hospitalization that Network 180 funds. So that would be individuals with Medicaid or without insurance. And we are seeing reductions compared to the period in 2023 and the same months during 2024 were down about 18%, which is the goals that we were hoping for, both in terms of reaching people and serving them in the least restrictive, least intensive environment, but also making the most of our resources. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Questions, comments? Commissioner Knight.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. I remember when it came online last year and the work that went into providing our community members with a sense of dignity as they go through these treatment options. I wondered how many repeat members from community do you see coming through that might add to your numbers, and where do you still see the gaps? And then are you all working with some of the other coordinated partners in the community? Because we know that a lot of our community members deal with that unstable housing because of some of the issues that they're dealing with, and how are we coordinating with them in some of these spaces to really make sure that all the steps are followed and we're getting them in a stable place where they can be safe in our community.
Thank you, Commissioner, and great questions. So the first one was how many sort of return visitors are we seeing? And I'm going to guesstimate for you because I don't have those numbers right with me today, but I would say of we now just are over the 1,000 mark in the intensive unit. Probably we've had about 100, 150 who are repeat individuals. At this point, our philosophy is come again. If you're in crisis, come. We're not actively trying to tell people to avoid it or actively trying to, formulate our programming to reduce that from happening. We want people to show up, and what we have found is that some folks who are dropped off involuntarily are having a good experience. It's a welcoming and dignifying environment, and they are choosing to come voluntarily the next time, and that's actually what we want to see. And with respect to your comments about community partners, it's absolutely vital that we're working with individuals, especially folks in the housing sector and our shelters, and collaborating to provide the best wraparound care possible.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I would just add one more piece to that. It's not related to this topic, but we also participate in the 100 for 100, and we provide all the funding for the case management for Dégagé and Mel's. So we're coming at it from a little different angle on that side, but we're definitely trying to have an impact, especially as it relates to the unsheltered.
Thanks. Commissioner Usasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Bill and Beverly, for the presentation. Yes, I think Commissioner Perdue, Commissioner Knight, and I had an opportunity. The paint was very fresh. And, at that point, again, just looking at this continuum of its legislation to obviously the funding and to the operations. And we saw a slide where it had sort of the drop-offs. And I just wanted to say in September, one of those drop-offs was somebody really important to me. Who I didn't know was struggling with something that was missing for a couple of days, and went there and they're like, can't tell us anything, which is that's what you're supposed to do, and then got a call that they were there and that they had gotten care, and today they are doing really well, and just shared that they felt like they were respected, was able to work on a variety of issues that they had going on. People listened to them. And so, I didn't assume that so quickly after we had gone through that tour that somebody that I know and I care about and I love would need the service and it would be there for them. So I wanted to just share that because I think so often, this is in the city, but it's not this, some people are like, the city does, why don't we have this? And we have it in the city, but we have a lot of these public and private partnerships. And so I think this is just that perspective, hearing how people feel about city service or services that exist in our city are really important. And I know that is just one, but just knowing this person, they've had to navigate a lot of systems, and to know that within a short amount of time, they had, a health plan, they have their insurance now, they're getting the care, the preventative and maintenance care that they need. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm sure there's so many other stories out there too.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's why we do this work.
Commissioner Perdue?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for the background, the overview of your models, and the data. Quick questions, a few quick just follow-up questions. So you mentioned using the telephonic model at the Sheriff's Department. I'm curious, are we using something similar with GRPD? Do we have a social worker or clinician embedded in our dispatch as well?
Not at this time, but it's sort of integrated with the co-response model. So the co-response team can receive those referrals right from dispatch. So that's what it looks like right now.
Okay, so no one with that who's in behavioral health is kind of routing the calls. It's kind of our typical.
Not at this time from Network 180.
Right.
So I can't speak to actually what the police department may have going on, but.
And just for comparison's sake, with the Sheriff's Department, when they get those calls, do they have a similar co-response model, or what happens when they get the behavioral health crisis call?
So it is a little bit different model because of the geography being more broad. Our primary is telephonic response, but what they can do is they can dispatch the Network 180 team of 2 behavioral health clinicians if needed. So if we really need somebody to be face-to-face, there's that option.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to respond to Commissioner Perdue's question.
Okay, City Manager?
So thank you, Commissioner, for the question about Grand Rapids Police Department. I did talk to the police chief, and as a matter of fact, both chiefs, and the partnership that we have, at least from the chief's perspective, I believe the most critical need now, if we were to expand, would be to get more mental health workers riding out with the officers, and not just on a limited time period, but if we could 24/7 every day. So that is the greatest need, and certainly any assistance in dispatch would be appreciated, but I think from a prioritization perspective, the department has identified operations actually with the officers as the highest need for continuing expansion and partnership with the mental health providers.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So 911 is integrated with the co-response model and somewhat with the sheriff's, or with your Network 180 dispatch. Are either of these programs connected to like 988, the National Suicide Line, or just local?
Yes and no. So 988 in Michigan is answered centrally through an organization that's located physically in Oakland County. And what they can do if they are answering a call and it's affiliated with somebody in Kent County, they transfer it to Network 180, and then we can send out teams or get the individual what they need.
Okay. And then last question, and City Manager, this might be a better question for you. I'm just curious with the co-response model, because I think it's interesting to dispatch purely behavioral health clinicians and clinicians with PD. So I'm curious how those compare in terms of the needed response, and especially for the co-response model, kind of what would you say, what amount of those calls need a police officer versus really just need a clinician to show up?
I may have the chief to help respond to that, but we talked about that before, whether or not we are sending officers that are needed with the co-response team, or is it more of a sole response where a clinician is needed and officers not? And I'll ask the chief to address.
I think we got a slide on this, right? I mean, we got a couple thousand calls that social workers alone are going out to every year. Okay. I mean, Chief, you can respond, but obviously we're doing social worker response alone. The police department's doing the co-response model layered on top of that, essentially. Is that accurate?
Sure, and
Let me can I clarify my question? Unless, no, you go, I'll clarify.
Okay, I was just going to say that our co-response teams only respond when there's either a criminal element or an element of safety. So if it's a purely request for mental health services, then we do not send co-response to that. We refer them to Network 180 to handle however they handle it.
Okay. So you would say 100% of our co-response model kind of dispatch, the officer is needed. There's some elephant.
Right, there has to be an element either of a crime or an element of safety where a social worker would not feel comfortable going without a police officer.
Okay. That gets to what I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Obviously, you deserve a victory lap on this. This is great, and there's some utility to coming. And I guess I have two questions or concerns for you. There's the publicity, right? Because everyone in Grand Rapids is watching this meeting right now. They're just all glued to their televisions, all 200,000 residents. So my first question would be, I think honestly the number one thing that Melissa, my wife, talked about when she was knocking doors this summer, and maybe it was certainly top 5 for me, was simply telling people about the Crisis Intervention Unit, because it's great, and you deserve all kinds of thanks for that, and it's great. It's not great that we're it's not great that we're a leader in this. Everyone should have this. But my first question would be, other than word of mouth, like it's great that GRPD's got it, right? But, if I've got an adult child who is, really in crisis at home, getting the information out to people so they can self-refer is obviously a priority. And I'm guessing you don't really have a budget for publicizing this. So is there a need for that? Is there a need for publicity? Are there ways you could imagine us helping you on that? And then the second question would be, anytime something great happens, you wonder, and then again, if we publicize, we're also increasing our demand. And so 16 beds is great, because I actually thought you had 12 until I heard this presentation. I thought it was 12. Maybe it was an earlier model. But at what point are you going to hit capacity for the current model? And have you projected out the need to expand the program? How close are you to just being at full capacity right now?
Great question, Mr. Mayor. As I talked earlier, this had been such a 10-year planning process. As part of it, we undertook a significant study by a national crisis psychiatrist who actually went around and pinpointed where the best location for this place we're going to be. Is there going to be a need for a second a site for Kent County? All of those things were taken into account in the planning stages. At this point, we don't believe that we're going to need a second site. We think that this is at capacity. We'll be able to be at capacity. We undergo a very long community outreach program every year, and as part of that, we are promoting this as a new service that we have. The other piece of it is that we took a measured approach when we opened it, so that's why the first law enforcement drop-off was only Grand Rapids PD, because we wanted to make sure that it was successful and that the center didn't get overwhelmed in the first several months. I think we're at a point now where I think it's kind of stabilized as far as, we are at capacity, give and take during the day. One of the second things that we did was really engage the other emergency rooms to get them to send their behavioral health patients to us. So we have seen a downtick in behavioral health at both University of Michigan West as well as Butterworth and Blodgett. So it's having the effect that we want, but I do, to your point, we're going to get to that point where we need to kind of up our publications of this service for the community. But I think one of the things we wanted to do was we wanted to optimize the service first before we really went and fully opened our doors. And we did that a couple months ago. I don't know if you have anything to add. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, I guess not quite. What my question was, how can we help with publicity? I get that, GRPD got the memo. They're here. But, people out in the community, this is a really, really important resource. And none of the trend lines for mental health problems are good, right? We're seeing more and more of it. We're seeing more and more. I mean, we've got an epidemic of loneliness. We've got, adolescents who seem to be having worse and worse numbers for things like depression and anxiety. I don't see that this is a need that's going to go away. So my concern is, A, that people know about this resource, because it's really, really important. And having represented a number of people with long-term mental health challenges, how they're treated and how they feel about it. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys this, but it's the public should know. Like, a lot of people who get into these systems wind up feeling if they don't have a good experience, then they don't want to come back, and then all of their paranoia or anxiety gets transferred to being oppositional in relationship to the services that you're trying to deliver to them. So what you're doing is hugely important, and I love your emphasis on the fact that you're starting to see people come back voluntarily, because that's huge. Can't overstate that. But I'm concerned that we really have community awareness of this as a resource, but then that if we promise people a service that we've then maxed out, that we don't accidentally break the thing that we're trying to provide. That's fundamentally what I'm asking. So are there things you would like us to do to help you publicize this? Or do you want to get back to us on that?
Love to continue to talk about that. Yeah, you're right. We have a single communication staff person at Network 180. We run pretty lean, so definitely appreciate that offer.
So, so the fact that, Mayor and Commissioners, that we're having a very public conversation today at your committee of the whole, and you're taking a good amount of time to discuss this, is helping to raise a significant amount of public awareness around this. We'll continue to work with Network 180 and distribute what information we can through services along our social media and other outlets. But I think your meeting today, and as you'll hear us continue to talk about this important collaboration and partnership as we get to the budget process, because this is not without investment. And so we'll certainly have more conversations around this. But I think the direct communication to the public, making our neighborhood associations and other community partners aware of what's happening, I think is a very good opportunity, and we'll follow up on that.
Thank you, and thank you both. Now I'd like to move along to briefings on the West Michigan Welcome Plan. Who have we got here to speak on that? Mr. Davis.
Well, good morning again, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. I have the privilege of kicking us off as we begin our update related to the West Michigan Welcome Plan. By way of background, the Welcome Plan is a multi-organizational group that's comprised of the City of Grand Rapids, Kent County, and nearly 48 other organizations that includes local school districts, nonprofits, and the chamber, as well as businesses.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I should have said this on both reasons. This is simply just an update today. There are no decisions that need to be made by the City Commission. We're not seeking any direction. We have a good partnership and collaboration with the Chamber as well as Kent County. And as we began talking about some of the local issues surrounding immigration, over the past couple of weeks, it occurred to us that we should, as we were asking to consider new directive approaches, update on what has been long-standing in our county, I guess more recently, direction. So this is for your consideration today. It's just an update, no decisions that need to be made.
Thank you, sir. So I'll take you quickly through the agenda and then pass it over to our presenters. So today we'll talk about the economic impact, history and context of the Welcome Plan, as well as some community profiles that really speak to the why behind the work. We'll talk about some strategic initiatives and some community impact as well. And then some things that we call horizon issues. So we have Omar Cuevas from the Chamber, who's here with us today, and Holland De La Cruz, who serves as the Welcome Plan Coordinator. I'm excited to welcome them and turn it over to them at this time.
Use this. Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, and Commissioners. My name is Omar Cuevas. I'm executive with the Grand Rapids Chamber of Commerce, and I'm excited to share a little bit of the history of our Welcome Plan. This goes back 7 years, where some of our members, business leaders, were saying, we're dealing with a talent gap. We need people. Local economists sharing that we were facing a significant talent shortage over the next decade. At the same time, We also looked at the fact that we were a community that welcomed immigrants and refugees and asylees, and thought that we could lean into this from an economic lens to address potential misconceptions, any misnomers or fallacies related to the impact that immigrants can have, but from our lens as a Chamber of Commerce through an economic perspective. That said, we partnered with Samaritas to secure a research grant, and we invited the City of Grand Rapids, we invited the county, the West Michigan Hispanic Chamber as well, to make sure that we had a collaborative approach to this work. And so, and I believe that you all have a copy of the actually updated economic impact report that the Grand Rapids Chamber released a couple of years ago, along with the welcome plan, as well. We found that although in our county, our population growth was a little bit over 5%, the growth of our immigrant population was close to 30%. I remember our economist, Dr. Isley, sharing that in order to address some of our talent gaps, we either needed to lean into national migration, which about 2% of our national population shifts from state to state, implement automation, and every company should be looking at that, or childbirths. And as some of us, who are parents know, that's an 18-year proposition. And I'm done having any more kids. Or we could take advantage of individuals that are moving from other countries that are calling Grand Rapids and Kent County home. And so the information was shared to our business community. And as you could see, there are close to 60,000 individuals in Kent County. This dates back to 2019. This data point that consider themselves immigrants, refugee asylees, and so on. But on top of that, we wanted to see, what actually is the bottom line impact? Well, what we found was that immigrants account for $5 billion of our county's GDP. They pay more than $400 million into our state, local, federal taxes, spending power over $1 billion. So what we found was they actually support social services more than what they actually utilize themselves. Not only are they supporting key industries in our community, immigrants are also job creators, adding to the economic vibrancy. With that, we looked at, if the numbers are indicating that immigration is a positive impact to our bottom line as a community, then how do we look at this from a population growth and economic prosperity lens to make sure that people don't leave? So we applied for an additional technical assistance grant. We partnered with back then Calvin Center for Social Research, now known as DataWise. We provided a survey, not only available in different languages, but also available on mobile devices. And for those that had a limited access to technology or a proficiency barrier to technology, we leaned into our centers of influence, churches, schools, to do one-on-one surveys. We had more than 800 respondents to our survey. This information helped inform what was to become the Kent County Welcome Plan for New Americans, Immigrants, and Refugees. And since then, since the launch of this Welcome Plan, this work has evolved. But at the center was a voice of individuals where we asked the question, what would make you feel like you belong? What would make you feel like you want to live in Grand Rapids and want to stay in Grand Rapids and set roots and raise your family and launch a career? And like all of us, immigrants just want to live and be able to accomplish that American dream. And so we launched, in partnership with more than 40 organizations, work plans that I'm going to invite my colleague, Holland de la Cruz, who, although sits at the county, she is a welcome plan coordinator that also represents the work that's being done with the city of Grand Rapids. Holland?
Thank you, Omar. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. So Omar did a really good job of highlighting the trajectory to launching a welcome plan. A few other timeline highlights will be our welcome plan collaborative forming in the fall of 2022, our first community safety engagement event in March 2022. March 2023, there's a typo there. And then our first global gathering in September of 2023. On this slide, we can highlight the linguistic diversity of our county. Highlighted are the top 10 languages spoken by number of residents based off census data. There are over 100 languages spoken in Kent County. And one thing to note, the third highest language, Bantu languages, actually represents a language group of over 600 languages spoken in the African continent. Our most common Bantu languages in Kent County would be Swahili and Kinyarwanda, just for reference. We also have a great geographic diversity of our global community in Kent County. Highlighting here our top 10 countries, but you can see kind of lit up the entire globe of individuals who live in Kent County and Grand Rapids. Over 65 countries represented, and then just noting on this slide and the one before that, this is taken from census data. So it doesn't paint a clear picture or a complete picture of any individual who maybe doesn't fill out the ACS. Before I dive into some strategies of our collaborative, I wanted to highlight the structure of our multi-sector group. So we have, based off the feedback from those surveys and community engagement that was done in the 2018-2019 timeline, we identified 5 priority areas: economic potential, education, access to services, community safety, and community engagement. There's a lot of moving parts here, but we have over 100 members joining these work group meetings every month from over 50 organizations. New Americans, immigrants, refugee leaders are interwoven in this structure, from our steering committee to co-chairs to members of every single group that we coordinate. And then I'd like to highlight a few of our strategies. So our community safety engagement events, we've held 3 of these to date since 2022, reaching over 200 attendees, spanning over 15 countries, and providing language support in 8 languages across those 3 events. We've hosted 2 multicultural festivals, our global gathering. This is hosted at Garfield Park every September in celebration of Welcoming Week, a national holiday intended to celebrate with immigrant and non-immigrant communities alike. Another strategy of welcoming in our community is our quarterly grant writing workshops. The first workshop was hosted in September of 2023. These are intended for small grassroots orgs, ethnic community-based organizations, and leaders to help them strategize in their fund development. So we've hosted 6 quarterly workshops to date, reaching 55 organizations and helping raise over $500,000 in grants for local community orgs. As you can imagine, and seeing the linguistic diversity of our county, language access is super important. The Welcome Plan helped supported the translation of our community health needs assessment in 2023. Traditionally only offered in English and Spanish, we were able to get feedback from community members in Arabic, Kinyarwanda, Swahili, and Vietnamese for the first time. We also prioritize language access in any of the documents and info that we create as a collaborative, at least in the top 5 languages, often more than that by request. Some of the documents that we've been able to develop in collaboration with member organizations are a law enforcement FAQ sheet, driver's license toolkit, which I'll highlight in a moment here, a what to do when stopped by police document, all of our annual reports, just trying to make sure that the information we share is accessible to the communities that we're working with. Another strategy of our collaborative is information sharing. Our driver's license toolkit was released in September of last year, and this covers really important topics of what documents do I need, where are Secretary of State locations, are there multilingual driver's training resources, what if I have a foreign driver's license, just trying to ease the navigation of that process, which can be very complex. Another toolkit that is in development is to help individuals leverage international degrees here in West Michigan. That should be ready with translations this spring. Our Maximize Economic Potential work group hosted its very first summit this past fall at GRCC MTech. We had 94 attendees, individuals coming to learn about credential evaluation and translation, how to leverage degrees earned abroad, and we had at least 20 individuals who reported having diverse degrees from over 15 countries. Finally, Omar did a really, really good job of highlighting the economic impact and the data of new Americans, immigrants, and refugees in our region. But it's really important to remember that there's incredible human beings behind that data. We've started a community highlight series on our YouTube channel to showcase some of these leaders that are making an incredible impact to empower our community and the success of our region. Featured here are just a few of those leaders that you may recognize a few of. Finally, we gathered some feedback from collaborative members. We have Albert Gasaki with the City of Grand Rapids Office of Oversight and Public Accountability, who has shared that our community safety engagement events have had a real impact in forging relationships and building trust between the African immigrant community members and our public service. Sanela Sprechik, who is the Director of Multilingual Learner Programs at Kentwood Public Schools, shared the impact of the collaborative, highlighting that it's been inclusive, responsive, and really ensures that the need of the multilingual communities are at the forefront of the work. And then finally, I just want to showcase a few events upcoming. We are continuing our grant writing workshop series. The next one will be hosted on Wednesday, March 26th, focusing on internal and accounting practices for nonprofits. Our Maximize Economic Potential team is planning for a follow-up summit, focusing on different tracks such as employer, service provider, individuals with degrees earned abroad, with an aim to host that in the spring, summer of this year. And then we have set a date for our third global gathering that will be at Garfield Park on Saturday, September 13. I'm going to give it back to Omar to take us home.
Wrap up, yes. Well, again, I wanted to thank the city of Grand Rapids, who has been a partner of this welcome plan and the work since its inception almost 7 years ago. The continued support that the city has provided, city manager has provided, past Mayor Bliss, and looking to continue this partnership as we move forward with our new mayor as well. And we'll take any questions if there are any.
Any questions, Commissioner Belcheck?
Thank you very much for this presentation and for all the hard work that went into all the development of this, all your steering committee and partners and things like that. I really want to say thank you. I was able to attend the immigrant roundtable that the chamber put on last week or two, and I heard about this plan, and I know there were concerns about it continuing, so I'm glad to see an update here. So my questions are regarding basically, there's a lot of economic data about how immigrants and new Americans are a part of our vital, vibrant community. What are the gaps that we're still finding? Where are we still needing to help integrate and help make a welcoming either businesscape or neighborhood? I know you're probably focused more on the business aspects of it. And then also, how can we get more people to participate? I'm noticing that you have the YouTube channel and these events. Is there a website? Can you do a little promo shout out here, where to find all that good stuff?
Well, I'll address a couple of the questions that you had, Commissioner Belcheck. Yes, we are still seeing gaps. In the latest updated economic impact report, we saw that although nationally immigrants are more likely to start a business, in Grand Rapids and in Kent County, they're less likely. to start a business. And so with close to 30 entrepreneurial support organizations, this is an opportunity to look at this data and figure out how do we adjust our work. Is it language access? Is it partnerships that we can establish? And even as a Chamber of Commerce, it was that data that helped us launch the Center for Economic Inclusion through the Grand Rapids Chamber Foundation, addressing some of these issues. And on the workforce perspective, there are still a lot of opportunities to help individuals maximize their potential. There are many that are coming to our community with foreign degrees and certifications, and the work that we're doing is really like, if there are degrees that, that if you have a business degree or marketing degree, do you really need to have reaccreditation of that or not, right? Or do we educate our businesses to say, how can you leverage that? We've had organizations in the community that have celebrated that an individual has gone from working on the line at a factory to being a CNA because of language literacy. But digging deeper, we found out that that individual was a prosecutor in Central America. Could a path to law, somehow would have been a better approach, and so those are the areas still that we're looking at. How do we work with individuals instead of being prescriptive? Our plan has always been one that we're walking alongside individuals with their lived experiences, knowing that, as you see, we have people coming from all over the place that are calling Kent County home.
And you got a promo for me, right?
Yeah, I'll follow up with some info. So if folks want to learn more about what we're doing, Kent County, newamericans.org is our website. I have our communications specialist, Marcial Benavides, here. Big shout out to him because he has been an incredible asset to our team in developing resource page, a weekly newsletter that folks can subscribe to, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube channels. So there's a lot of ways to stay connected. To get involved, we are volunteer-based, so anybody is welcome to join our collaborative. Organizations are welcome to join, to shed their light, their experience. That's how we accomplish this work together with that multi-sector lens. So we have experts from all these different industries, but also community members. We have a growing number of just community voices that say, hey, this is important to me, I want to get involved. For the most part, our work groups meet once a month for an hour, so it's not a huge time commitment, and links to get connected are on our website, that Kent County, newamericans.org.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. Is there any further questions? Thank you. So next and finally for updates, we have an update on the city's Equal Business Opportunity Program. And I see Mr. Davis up here, and I know Mr. Hardy's in the audience. So I don't know if he's coming up too, but.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor. On the last item, I should also recognize my counterpart at the county, and I'm sorry I didn't do that in the beginning, Ms. Teresa Payne, who joined us for that briefing as well. So as we transition to the update regarding the city's Equal Business Opportunity Programs, I just want to walk us through the agenda of what that will look like. So we'll talk about the connection to the city priorities as well as some key terms in this space. We'll give the history of our supplier diversity program in Grand Rapids, as well as talk about our current EBO policies. We'll talk about vendor registration, our MLBE utilization, the connection to the inclusion plan, and some horizon topics, and also have some time for questions. So I am joined, as the mayor indicated, by Mr. Ahmad Hardy, who serves as the city's business developer. We're also joined by Mr. Alvin Hills, who's back at the city. Grateful to have him back. He's leading our river equity work, but also involved in his EBO work as well. And Mr. Hills will be co-presenting with me. So as far as an alignment to the city's strategic plan and fiscal year 2026 focus areas, the bottom line up front, as the IT department says when they send us emails, it's aligned, right? This work is aligned to our strategic plan as well as our equitable economic development and mobile strategic plan and our FY 2026 focus areas. We know that under governmental excellence, our objective number one is to embed equity in all governmental operations, and our metrics look at some of this work directly, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. So some important terms for us to understand when we talk about the city's suite of EBO programs or policies. When we say EBO, we're referring to Equal Business Opportunity. So that's a program that's designed to promote equity in public contracting for diverse businesses. MLBE, which is a term we use often, is a small locally owned business eligible for preferential contracting. Then we have WBEs, which are women business enterprises, and that's a business that's at least 51% owned and controlled by one or more women. Then there's women-owned small businesses, and that's a small business that's at least 51% owned and controlled by women and recognized by the Small Business Association. We also have veteran-owned small businesses, that's VOSBs, and that's a small business, again, 51% owned or controlled by one or more veterans. We have MBEs, which is another term we hear often, which is a business that's at least 51% owned and controlled by individuals from a recognized minority group. Again, other language for the benefit of community who may be watching, there's prime contractors and subcontractors. A prime contractor is a business that has direct contract with a project owner and manages the entire project. And when we talk about subcontractors, we're talking about a business hired by a prime contractor to perform specific work on a project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hills.
Good morning, Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager. I want to take time to elevate this slide to show the pathway that the city has been involved in minority and women-specific set-aside programs prior to 2004. And in that work, I want to highlight 2001, where Monday Group was established. And Monday Group is a convening of developers, general contractors, prime contractors, subcontractors, public agencies such as GRPS, GRCC. It's really a conglomerate of folks who are all focused on construction-related policies, but also bid opportunities that the city has facilitated since 2001. In 2004, you'll see that we shifted from the prior set-aside programs via disparity study, and the Equal Business Opportunity Program was launched. Part of that was included in this next slide, which will highlight legislation that was voted upon and passed, which pretty much banned affirmative action, race-based and gender-based contracting in either employment or city-state contracting. So that was where the city had to pivot with the help of Monday Group and the local community to come up with the opportunity to still facilitate bid opportunities, track the data for local small business participation, and that was the launch of our micro-local business enterprise program. So just to highlight this slide, what the city cannot do is, as I mentioned before, affirmative action in employment or contracting. So the things that we can do is, our MLB program is create and administer a race and gender neutral program, and also track and report utilization based upon those designations as Mr. Davis explained before. When you think about the EBO program, there are two really big buckets of policy that govern this work. So you'll see the construction policy, 600-12, and then EBO goods and services, which is 600-15. So both of those programs are voluntary. They align to our strategic plan, and they offer bid discounts for that work. So some of those bid discounts that are offered is like local workforce. We monitor and evaluate a company's local workforce per the policy, and if they meet that guideline, then they are awarded bid discount points. So for those who are not as familiar with bid discounts, if you're submitting a bid for the city for maybe $100,000, you could get a max of up to 5%. That would then discount your bid to about $95,000. It does not discount in the form of us not paying you your $100,000 face value of the bid. However, when we evaluate that internally, it makes you more competitive. And as commissioners and the mayor, you award based upon that lowest bid. So it does help position companies to be more competitive in the bid process. First step for any small business as they interact with the city of Grand Rapids is register in our vendor system. This creates their corporate profile, allow us to understand tax structure, commodity codes, but also certification. So in our office, we support small businesses as soon as they interact with the city. We have a variety of guides that can help those companies as they work through self-registration, but sometimes it is a challenge. So we also sit down and work with them to ensure that they are registered and set up, and we partner with the purchasing department to ensure that all commodity codes that are relevant to their company, they're being pushed those bid opportunities in the process. So what qualifies a company to be a micro-local business enterprise or MLBE? You must be in operation for at least 12 months. However, there is an exception for companies that are earlier or younger than 12 months. So based upon prior business experience, references of support, we can certify a company as younger than 12 months. Primary business address is in Kent County. Registered in our city purchasing department, the CGI system, as mentioned in the previous slide. This next qualifier is based upon their NAICS code, their North American Industry Classification System code. Whether they're a concrete company, whether they're an IT firm, it evaluates at the small business level, the SBA, whether those companies are evaluated by employee size or their revenue. And based upon that, we will look for them to be 25% of that or less for enrollment. So in this instance, if it's a concrete company and based upon the Small Business Administration, they're deemed a small business at 10 million, we would look to see that their average 3-year revenues are 2.5 million or less upon enrollment in the program. They can surely grow past that once being in the program, but for enrollment, they must be at the 25% or less. And then the final piece is the owner net worth is less than $305,500. That does not include the business. It doesn't include their personal residence. It really factors into cash on hand, stocks, rental properties, those type of things. So some of the benefits of being a micro-local enterprise is up to 5% in bid discounts provided in construction subcontractor incentives. So I really want to highlight the differentiation between construction and goods and services. In construction, the MLBE does not receive the discount directly. That rolls up to the general contractor or the prime, who is utilizing that MLBE for a amount of percentage of participation on the project, which could earn them up to the 5%. And the why behind that is as generals bid, it creates relationship building, it creates opportunities for those subcontractors to not only do city work with those general contractors, but also non-city work. But we know those are rooted in relationships and also good work. For the goods and services and professional services portion of the EBO, the MLBE gets an automatic 3%. So that is the differentiation that I would like to highlight there. It's also recognized by our partners at Grand Rapids Community College and the Grand Rapids Public Schools with the automatic 5% discount. We do support companies who are looking to get certified with their minority business enterprise, woman business enterprise, or woman-owned small business certification. And the why behind this is because as companies do business with not only our agency, GRCC, GRPS, but even private sector organizations, you must have that certification for it to count towards their supplier diversity spend. And what we're looking to do is not only position companies to be successful with the city, but be successful with non-city entities to help grow potential revenue opportunity for them as well. As highlighted by Sarah in Economic Development, we also partner with Economic Development on an inclusion plan to help incentivize private sector development, but also the use of the MLBE program there. Also, they're really seen as a priority vendor with the City of Grand Rapids. As city departments prepare budgets and think of how they'll spend money annually, this is the first step for them to spend dollars intentionally with companies that's in our programming. Since 2018, we've been able to really increase certified companies over 300%, and just want to highlight the work of not only recruitment, but really walking alongside these companies to help matchmake and position them with information sharing from departments, and really work with them on bidding opportunities to ensure that we are getting more bids solicited and also submitted by our MLB companies. I kind of highlighted this as a value to MLBEs of being enrolled, but we have been able to support companies with the certification, and just super proud of the work that we're doing here to help, again, position companies to be successful outside of us. For companies registering with any of these certifying bodies is very meticulous. It's almost like trigonometry, but you have to have documentation of medical records, birth records, those things to help get you through the application process, and we partner with the consultant who walks alongside those businesses to ensure that they submit a successful package that leads to certification. Engineering has been a great and historic partner of the program. And really, when it comes to opportunities, this is where a lot of opportunities are facilitated due to the annual budget, whether it's our commitment to road work or just the things that we do in engineering. It's a more stable pool of dollars that are always outflowing from the city. So based upon this data here, you could kind of see some of our spend in the prior fiscal years. And we typically average about 15% of MLBE spend. So this just kind of highlights very broadly some of our prior fiscal year contracting opportunities. I kind of, we spoke to this as well as the inclusion plan. For those who are new to the inclusion plan, it really monitors and asks for aspirational goals for private sector development for what they'll do as far as spending in their supplier diversity program. So it monitors MBE, WBE, MLB aspirational efforts. It's completely voluntary. In 2021, when we were working to implement this project, it was really vital that we had developer support to ensure that they'll utilize the program, but also the information tracking and benchmarking so we can highlight success in the program, but also opportunities to grow our local supplier base. And economic development does have a database of vendors that they share with the developers, so it's a very collaborative approach to projects. On this slide, we're sharing prior fiscal years. At this moment, we don't have the 2024 data, but we are preparing that data to be able to add that to this slide. But this slide represents some of the commitments that have been made and new opportunities for MLBE, MBE, and WBE contractors in the private sector development with economic development. So just wanted to really raise up the opportunities since 2021 that are now being created in a portion of city policy that wasn't reflected prior to the expansion of the policy. On the horizon, I really want to lift up colleague Mr. Ahmad Hardy and all of his work in building the support for the bonding program. What we are looking to do moving forward as continued investment in MLBEs is to create a bonding pilot program, and for eligibility you will have to be a certified micro-local business enterprise, and where the city is supporting through grant-funded dollars, I just want to say again, it's through grant-funded dollars, bookkeeping and CPA services. One of the most common themes that we hear from small business owners, or just as we noticed as we're working through the MLBE certification process, is access to a CPA and bookkeeping isn't readily accessible or available. So what we want to do is be a liaison to help connect companies to CPA services in the area that can help prepare their books from a construction basis, so when they go to submit a successful bonding application, they have somebody with them that shows them the ropes and will create long-lasting bonding relationships from this. This program also supports our partners in economic development, engineering, and parks. And the value to MLBEs is, as we aspire to have more MLBE prime contractors, they have to be bonded. And in order to be bonded, you have to have clean books, but also project size experience must reflect that you can handle the capacity for greater contracts. So the why of now is we have a ton of river work and non-river work that's going to be going on for the next 10 plus years, and the investment into these companies now could help create a more prosperous economy for our local MLBEs. So at this time I will conclude, and we'll take any questions.
Commissioner Knight.
You knew it was coming. This has been a kind of a, I don't know, a pet for me, and I'm always continuing to question how we can continue to support our small businesses in the community. 111. Y'all can hear me?
I can hear you a little better now.
Okay, here we go. Is that better? I'll use my stage voice, I'm sorry. Just wondering how we could be more intentional, even still, with just 100 MLBEs that are certified right now, knowing that there's still, I mean, I was in a room full of people yesterday or last week that I think probably still aren't engaged, but they're trying to figure out how to be in those spaces. But thinking about how we're, continuing to support, even with that business certification, I know Ms. Caldhill probably tired of my emails asking questions, but knowing how that works, right? And so you take a small business that's really trying to grow and trying to scale up, and you're getting all these certifications, which is worse than trigonometry. I'm just going to tell you. That process is hellish. And, but that only lasts for a year, right? And it almost takes a couple of months to get those certifications, and then here you are back a year and it's gone again. And if you haven't accessed or been able to get that income that you need to keep things going, because you got to pay your people and you got to pay your suppliers and you got to pay for your insurance, all of those things, then you're back at square one because you don't have that certification anymore, right? And so how can we look at that? And then also thinking about how we work with different developers and builders and primes in this community. What I've noticed is, and even in the city, like we approve contracts for people who have already had the contract. So we just gonna approve another contract for another couple of years. And are we stepping back in these spaces and looking through a different lens and saying, we keep doing this, but are we looking broadly and seeing if there are other minority businesses that we could utilize or give the opportunity to do this work so that they can grow, so that they can expand, and then we can see, oh yeah, not just throwing people pennies, because that's tiring, right? So, but really trying to help them do that. So not even within our own organization, but also with some of the other primes that we're working with in the community. Because I've literally watched them say, oh, well, so-and-so's working on this job. We're just going to give this to them because it's easier. Right? It's easy to just float through as opposed to doing the extra work that's necessary to see what else is available for the others.
So thank you for those questions. First, on the certification opportunity, I think that is something that we'll have to explore, and is really based upon funding to continue that effort, make it sustainable. So what Commissioner Knight is referring to is once a company is certified, that's an initial fee that the city covers for the application. After a year, you have to pay your renewal fee. So it's really us supporting a renewal effort past that initial certification. Next, when it comes to working with developers in the community, I think that's where the bonding program could potentially support from a capacity standpoint. But I do think that there are some companies or developers that are doing some good work, and I think we have to lift up and recognize those who are doing really good work, especially with the spend with MLB, MBE, and WB projects. 'Cause to your point, Commissioner Knight, there's a lot of those who aren't participating or breaking down bids or doing things that could support more business growth. But I think we also need to highlight and recognize those who are doing well, which the inclusion plan spells out for us to have that data.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I'll add a couple of things. I think your point regarding communication and people knowing about being connected to this program is a point that's well taken. The city is doing work regarding that and continues to do work. One example of that is the Black Business Voices collaboration that we're currently working on, and there's members here that are part of that work. The whole idea behind that is to elevate this type of work so we can make sure we are making those connections. And when we talk about the number of 111, I got to tell you, Commissioner, I'm pretty proud of that number based on where that number was before, and that's because of the work of AJ and Ahmad and others, but AJ and Ahmad who've been doing great work with that. Just like we get new people to come on, there's also people who are no longer eligible because they move out of Kent County, or also because they may no longer meet those requirements, which is a good thing, right? Their net worth is going up. So as we talk about getting to 111, it's actually a larger growth than just the 10 that it may look like over a period of a year because of the attrition that takes place. But I appreciate the question, and we'll continue to think about other ways outside of Black Business Voices and the other things that we're doing to improve that.
Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all your thoughtful work to run and innovate these programs. A question on the eligibility for micro-local. The net worth less than 305, is that our policy? Is that an admin policy? Is that based on state standards? Tell me more about that threshold.
Want to do it? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Purdue. That is based off of the SBA's 8A program. So what we did back in the original portion of the program back in 2008, 2009 was have that that standard be a quarter of what it was at that time, which was $250,000. That $305,000 is an update from 2019 from the SBA's 8A program, and that's how we got to that number. So.
Okay. Okay. And then, thank you. And then on one of the last slides, around the inclusion plans, do we have, I'm not sure, I don't think any of these columns are actual numbers. I see target utilization, secured contracts, secured subcontracts. Of those, the value of the secured subcontracts, do we have a sense of the actual value of the subcontracting to MLBEW, MLBs? So we have targets, and I'm looking for actual.
I understand. Thank you for the question. We can follow up with economic development and see if we can get some numbers related to that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Belcheck.
So my question is kind of dovetail off of what Commissioner Purdue was saying. I will ask that on that same slide with the inclusion plan report and outcomes, I'm noticing the grand totals and the number of plans submitted, the number of subcontracts secured. Is there a way to also include out of how many, like a percentage, how many were received, or, so we get a relative comparison as well? And like Commissioner Knight, I was also wanting to make sure we highlight that 111 of MLBE. It's really great to see the growth. I appreciate your comments about that and how we do lose some, but what is our feel or estimate, our guesstimate of the total possible? Like, how are we not reaching folks that we could be? The certification support, the chamber participation, I'm wondering, are they more active in reaching out to help with this endeavor? Could you address that? And then also, I just want to comment that I am very happy to see the bonding program pilot. I have talked to business owners. I think Commissioner Knight's experience is incredibly valuable here, but people in the past who've tried to get higher contracting, even though they've had a lot of business experience as a minority business, but for whatever reason, bonding becomes a hurdle, and then you lose out on contracts. And so anything we can do to continue that, to support that, to expand that, and make sure that we do expand the number of bonded businesses would be really fantastic.
I wonder, just real briefly, I know we have to be mindful of time, but if either you or I see Mr. Brown here can address both, I think what I'm hearing, how are we being intentional in outreaching and expanding the number of potential certified businesses, black businesses, and I think that's part of the effort that we've contracted with or partnered with Urban League. You've asked the Chamber has some programs for its members, but I think particularly, the Hispanic Chamber has a very well-structured program, but what we found in the African American community, the business support organization that centrally people can lean on doesn't exist holistically. So the Chamber's really, the Urban League has really been a partner in helping with that effort.
Well, good afternoon. Yes, I also want to recognize Sonny Jordan from Legacy and Love, part of the BVVA as well, leadership as well. We're excited. We met last week, I think it was, with both departments that have been talked about the development today. We're putting together a robust schedule. We're already doing things, I think, at Legacy and Love and GR MiFi, another partner, and we'll get this information over. There's an event this Saturday, even at Wealthy Theater, that's going to be promoting some of the work and making sure that we're doing this. We're excited to hear, we're in our meeting, very excited to hear about the bonding program that's coming in place. That was something that we mentioned in our presentation back in August of 23. So we commend the city for implementing those things. We're going to have over 9 programs this year between us and our collective partners. There's 10 other organizations, just so you guys know, 10 other organizations that are part of this consortia as of right now. We're looking to grow that. So we're constantly outreaching. I know our staff we have a 8-week program. I think that goes over a lot of the different things where people need to be in business. We'll be incorporating, taking slides, and we'll be incorporating how to do business with the city of Grand Rapids, filling out the paperwork, making sure they're getting registered with the MLBEs. My staff, at last count, we're at 300 plus, although those obviously aren't in construction, but we have over 300 businesses in our registration now. So we're doing outreach on a monthly basis, city manager, through our different networks, as that's compounded with the other partners that are part of our consortia. We're excited to, again, be able to actually move forward. It took, for those that have been around, we presented back in August of 23 for our first iteration. Now we're into the implementation stage of things, and we're just being contracted to do that. But commend the city again on the Black History resolution as well today. I think there's been a lot talked about today when it talks about inclusion, and I think it's appropriate that this is on the docket for the day. We do not want to forget those in the community that have been here for decades as well, and that have been, for various reasons, were left out of the economic pie. I think, I mean, I've said this at this podium more than once. Without being inclusive in our holistic economy, we're not going to get to where we want to be able to get. I know that's not what you asked me up here for, but I can't stand here and, as Mayor said, with all 200,000 of our citizens watching, and not say that. It's imperative that we do all these things. The welcome plan that was talked about earlier, the BBVA, we can't get where we need to be economically without it. Urban League, along with our partners, is here to make sure that it happens. Mr. Hills talked about the river work that's going to be going on for the next 10 years. We have to now put the infrastructure in place so that we can meet that demand, so that we can get construction projects done on time, not delayed, with even and within costs. And incorporating minority MLBEs, women-owned businesses into this is imperative that we do that. I know that was, again, long-winded, but outreach is what we're going to be doing. I mean, simply put, throughout this process over the next 12 months, and we're looking to go even beyond that. We're going to be reaching out to other organizations. It's been mentioned that 30 plus ESOs around. We're trying to work with everybody that wants to be on the same accord as far as making sure that we're connected, that there's a continuum to make sure that if you want to do business, if you're an immigrant or if you're a historically disadvantaged black and brown population, you have the access. Come to the Urban League. We will help you navigate through those processes, navigate through all this trigonometry. Was not my best subject, but navigate through this trigonometry so that we can begin to create the economy that includes all of us. City Manager, I don't know if that answers your question. Okay.
Thank you for being here today.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
I had a question, Mayor, but I think in the interest of time, I'll do some follow-up, because I did kind of what you were saying, Mr. Brown, about, I think we had this conversation in community development today, right? So, and Mr. Hills, good to see you. And so I think there's some of these nuanced pieces which you brought up. So thank you for, pointing out the numbers, but also some of the qualitative pieces and the stories that and what are the things that people are working to do. I'm glad that we're talking about this, because I think it sounds like we're just going to continue to double down on these efforts. I know there's some things at the federal contracting level as it relates to bonding that we're in some committees and small business committee. I doubt that's probably going to move forward in this legislation, but it'd be interesting to see that if there's some things to understand or be gained from any of that legislation. And then lastly, I would say would be great to understand, we talked about kind of what individuals are able to go after given the restraints that they have, but we also know and folks need different kinds of capital. So wanted to just get an update about some of the capital access points that we talked about in Economic Development Project Team last year, but we can certainly follow up about that at a later date. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you all.
Thank you.
And we have one last item left for our resolution agenda, and that is a resolution to adopt the city's legislative priority agenda. I assume that everyone has that and has looked at it. There are some revisions up, but I'll ask for a resolution to consider that agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment of motion. Ms. Farrick, if you can brief us here.
Yes, so as you know, we had a briefing here on January 28th talking about the legislative priority agenda and what that is, and there was some discussion that followed that, and so in the red line version that is sort of attached to the item, some of the things that were raised here from the dais were incorporated to the best of my ability. So would you like me to run through each of those, or do you want to just maybe ask any questions that you might have? Or
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, we've already discussed this. I don't see a need for exhaustive discussion, but there is one item that I know that we wanted to address. So Commissioner Usasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Varick, for putting this together. I think you did a good job of taking all of that, and thank you to the Legislative Committee for your work. There are actually two amendments I'd like to offer, and then make a comment generally just about, again, how do we operationalize these pieces? I think the question earlier was like, how can we help support some of the work when we were talking about Network 180, and I would ask that same question here. But when I look at, hold on, I got to go to the front. The top 5 legislative priorities, and we go to item number 2 when we talk about. So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. When considering proposed or pending legislation, item number 2, I'd like to go to item number B. My amendment is to strike, well, I'm saying I would like to strike the language that says welcoming all nonviolent immigrants and their families. I don't think this language is reflective of the language that we would typically use from the city of Grand Rapids. I think I understand the intent, certainly that those that really, regardless of their immigration status, documented or not, born here in this country, if they commit a violent crime in this city, we have I see our police chief back there, that we will prosecute to that full extent, and that might include some other pieces. So I think, my amendment would be to strike item number 4, and this language would say legislation that is consistent with the Kent County Welcoming Plan. We just heard that language. That plan, I think, is a holistic look at what is our approach to immigration. What is the approach overall, recognizing that there's immigrant and new Americans from many places throughout our world, and I just think that it's more asset-based language. So I offer that amendment, and hopefully it would get some support.
Any support for that motion?
I would support it.
I support that.
Great. So I think there's a motion for the amendment. So those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, amendment passes. So you can make that amendment, Ms. Farrick. Otherwise, any other discussion of the legislative agenda? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I had one other amendment, Mayor. I think this, again, let me go to.
it's actually in that same number,
Same
too,
number,
but
yes.
it's in A, and
It's an A, yes, thank you. Sorry. It was a lot of pages. Let me just be honest. But really, item A, preserving the local authority, I was really proud to be part of this commission last week, and we had a lot of people come and share what their experience is and fear that they have regarding either their immigration status or other immigration statuses. And we also know that those that are undocumented are not the only people who are fearful right now. I think Commissioner Kilgore, you talked about our LGBTQI community. We've got people who are born in this country and wondering things that were, around birthright citizenship. I can't believe we're having these conversations today. I'll spare the rant, but I would say under A, if I could add language that would say opposing initiatives that result in unfunded mandates on local government or are unconstitutional. I think it is important that we really recognize what this country was built on and say we will defend that, we will support that. It might not always look like what people want it to, and it might not be the form that people want it to, but I think that, it isn't, I think this language would be important right now. I also think, and that first part is, we've seen some actions or, even mentions of actions regarding what might happen to communities that decide to recognize the history of this country. So anyways, that's my amendment, adding and opposing initiatives that result in unfunded mandates on local government or are unconstitutional.
I would actually not support that amendment because I'd like to offer a friendly suggestion, though, because I'm allergic to language that opposes unfunded mandates. And I think I've said that from the dais before, that unfunded mandates, I consider a friendly amendment here, and I don't know parliamentarily whether I'm supposed to do it at this point, but let's see if we can make it work. Briefly,
For that amendment.
there's a motion on the, I don't think you've been.
So I made an amendment.
The second one, you haven't been.
No, but I'm asking for support of that amendment. You're saying you wouldn't, so I'm asking if there's support on the dais for that amendment.
So can I ask the question? I don't know if this is here, but ask a question with, what he's saying, what is the?
We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
I will second that to open it up for
Okay,
discussion.
I just want to be on parliament, so there was a motion, second now.
Yep, got it. I don't think it's been
discussion.
seconded yet. There's a motion. Got a
She
second?
seconded.
Okay, it's seconded,
On
so
the
now
table.
discussion.
Thank you.
I would propose taking out the, I like where you're going, Commissioner, but I don't like language opposing unfunded mandates because I don't think unfunded mandates are an absolute value. So, for example, if the, if the state of Michigan decided that we could do affirmative action again, I would think that'd be great. If it cost the city a certain amount of money to do it and they didn't fund it, I would still want to support that unfunded mandate. So mandates that don't have money associated with them are not as good as mandates that do have money associated with them. So in general, unfunded mandates can be frustrating, but I don't think they're an absolute value. So I think I don't want to be in a position where we're saying, anything that doesn't get fully funded, we're going to oppose, because I think there's a potential basket of things that we might be able to, we might welcome, even if money doesn't come along with them. So I don't like blanket language, just like I also don't like blanket language about local control. I think local control is a good default presumption, but it's not an absolute value. So there are things that I think trump the need for local support control. So me personally, I think the need for housing in Michigan in general, there's, there may be a need to override local control there, because if, Traverse City doesn't want to allow housing in Traverse City, and there's a state mandate that does that, I don't want something hard baked into our legislative positions that says that we can't support moves that might, in fact, run contrary to a general presumption in favor of local control. So I guess I'm happy to say we have a general presumption against unfunded mandates. I'm happy to say we have a general presumption against erosion of local control, but I don't see those as absolute values. So I would ask for an amendment to your amendment, I think, to take that language out, or I suppose. Clerk, help me out here. I would ask.
You could call the question.
Could I just add to the discussion briefly, if that would be okay? For permission?
Sure.
Okay, so if you go back to just before the resolution, where there is a whereas section, number 5 was added. And it just says that when there are competing priorities or principles, the primary objective shall be the outcome that provides the most benefit to the city as an organization and the people of Grand Rapids. So that's some guidance towards what you're speaking to, as well as I would just point out that when we're looking at number 2, it doesn't say absolute value. It just says that the team and my office will be guided by the following principles. So it's not an absolute. So take that as you will in your consideration.
Yeah, I just want to share your thoughts with you, Mayor. I think your point about it's hard to say what would be. I'm thinking about things like with the court system and what we're being asked to continue to support, and we all have a lot of different priorities on here and have to keep adding to the general fund, and we haven't, obviously we need to do it, so it's not exactly the same thing, but this idea of, I feel that a lot of times our city is having to solve these problems that really should be solved in conjunction with our county government, with our state government. And so I respect your point of view. I won't be making, I won't be changing that as a friendly amendment. And I would ask if we could call the question and let the vote stand. And if it doesn't, then we'll continue on.
right.
Thank you.
All in favor? Sorry,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I just had one other comment too. I appreciate the motion. I guess my question is around like the constitutional piece, because obviously, I want to do what's constitutional. We all took an oath as commissioners to uphold the Constitution of Michigan and the United States, but I just don't know like what purview the city has to like interpret the Constitution, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like there's, I don't know like what legal ramifications there could be if we start deciding at a local level like what's constitutional, what's not, and what liabilities that could potentially bring on to us. So that's just, I guess, a thought that, or a concern that I think I have with that specific language. But yes, completely agree. I want the city to follow the Constitution. I'm just not sure if I would support language that says that that we as a city would be proactively interpreting that before we receive that from higher authorities. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I know that you had to miss the last meeting, Commissioner. I think this really has come about from what we're seeing right now of our Constitution being attacked. And I don't like to necessarily bring in a lot of federal things. I would like to focus, I decided to do this job because I want to work on city issues. Unfortunately, I think that we have to use our power when we can. And to me, this offers, when I think about explicitly something like birthright citizenship, and that was some of my, I don't think there was a general sense on the commission last week that we were going to take up a specific language on sanctuary cities. I think what I heard last week was we are deeply concerned. We have embedded these practices and policies, both at our GRPD level, at equal service. We are trying to understand on a hour by hour basis, how do we respond? And so I just think that right now we need to say what we stand for versus maybe not saying it. And so this to me was, and maybe it is a little performative. I don't know. I don't think so. I just think that there are things that are being attacked right now. And personally, as an elected official, I'd like to use the power and privilege that we have to say we're against things that have been a fabric of this country. So that's why I'm offering it.
And for just to discuss that point a little further, I certainly can see that there's a logical distinction between would the city feel bound to honor unconstitutional directives. And I think the answer to that has to be a very clear no. And I think that's sort of axiomatic in the fact that we live in a constitutional republic. So, if any entity or agency asked us to violate the Constitution, and it was a sense of the commission that was the request, I think the answer would have to be no. This is a slightly separate question, which is, do we put it in a legislative agenda? And is it effective or helpful to, in a legislative agenda, say, we're going to go lobby that the Constitution be respected? And then the question is, what exactly would that mean, right? So if that's a null set, or then you've got sort of an Occam's razor question, which is if we're trying to create a document that has some useful directives to it, the leaner and cleaner the document is, presumably the better. So principles of clarity might, if people concluded that that's not an appropriate place to put it in a legislative agenda, I think that Commissioner Robbins, you're absolutely right. Like I hope we're all very clear and unified, and I hope that everyone on city staff and everyone in the city Grand Rapids is clear that we don't violate the Constitution. That's not what Americans do, whether they're elected or not elected. But it is a legitimate question whether we want that in the legislative agenda.
I would just say I would support it because even to that very statement right there are people in this community that would violate the Constitution. We're just going to go there because we've received the emails. I've heard the people talk. I've seen the conversation. So it has happened, and it will happen because people believe what they want to believe, and they take it to their understanding of how they interpret what things say. So I don't think it's going to harm, especially when we go back to what Ms. Farrick said earlier in the whereas section, that kind of gives us a little broader scope of how we can act and or react on some of these things. But this is legislative priorities that they'll be discussing and listening to what's going on in Lansing and how we as a community align with the laws and the policies and priorities that are moving forward in our country. So that's where I stand on it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Then there's been a request to call the question and ask for a vote then. All in favor of the amendment?
Wait, point of order. Are we on your proposed amendment? Did you get a second?
No. That was we are simply on Commissioner Yasasi's proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Sorry, it's
Do
hard.
we need a roll call?
Yeah, let's just do a roll call vote. Commissioner Belcheck?
Yes.
Commissioner Perdue?
No.
Commissioner Yasasi?
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgore?
No.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
No.
And I will be a no. What's the count? I wasn't.
4-3.
Sorry. Okay. So the motion fails. I would now make an amendment. I would propose an amendment with Commissioner Yasasi to have Commissioner Yasasi's amendment without the language about unfunded mandates.
I'll support that.
And maybe any discussion about that proposed amendment?
Can we get clarity on
Sure.
what the language would be, please?
Commissioner Yasasi, you want to read it out for us?
Sure. Under item number 2, point A, right after the word projects, adding or opposing initiative, I don't know if initiatives
And
is the right word.
opposing initiatives that are
That are unconstitutional.
unconstitutional.
I think that's what I was saying. So.
Okay, thank you. I'd call for a
That's
vote if
yours.
there's seeing no discussion. Vote? Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't have we got a motion. Was there support? There was support.
But then I read it.
So, discussion? All right, let's not do it by voice vote because we can do it quick by verbal vote again. So Commissioner Belcheck,
Yes.
Commissioner Perdue,
Yes.
Commissioner Yasasi,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgore,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins.
No.
And I will be a yes. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the discussion. I think, new commission and new federal group. I just wanted to add one point of like an operational piece. Obviously, we voted on this. We'll fully vote at 7 p.m. Just like the question you asked earlier to Network 180, how do we make sure this is all connected? How do people who are doing work that is alongside a lot of the priorities know that these are specifically our priorities? For example, I know that, such a small world. I know that yesterday you and Commissioner Kilgore met with a Just GR, because, my husband works there. And, being able to share what your beliefs are and saying that these are priorities and these are the things that we voted on. And so, or thinking about groups like our, the Climate Coalition or 4C or whoever it might be that can really support this and hopefully be proud of the things that we have worked on collectively together. So I'll just ask that we continue to think about ways to operationalize that work.
Yeah, that's a great comment, and I think that one of the, I actually want to thank Commissioner Perdue for nudging for us to have legislative committee be to be a public meeting now, and so I think that will get us a little higher priority for these discussions. But we're in a strange moment of upheaval. For most of our city's operations, we've sort of been able to assume that things would continue to percolate along the ways that they sort of had in the past, and a lot of our basic programs and a lot of our basic collaborations with other layers of government. And all of a sudden, that seems to be much less certain. So I think it's really important that we do, in fact, keep the community apprised of where we stand on things. And again, I'm really grateful to have such a thoughtful group of colleagues and that we are so unified on the core principles. So thank you all for your consideration on this. And I think procedurally now, let's vote on adoption, right? Are we there? Any other amendments or any other discussion on the legislative agenda as proposed amended? All right. Yes.
Question.
Sorry, Commissioner Perdue.
Just with mention of the co-response and of Just GR and thinking about preventing crises before they happen, is something more, Ms. Farrick, just want to make sure there's preventative language in here that's already included.
So if you go to under number 2 in C, where we talk about continued collaboration on reforms and investments for the betterment of all residents, including, there is an 8 for support, or maybe it's 7, sorry, I'm looking at the red line, support for increased mental health services for those in crisis. So there's that, and then.
Sorry, you're on 2.
Sorry.
It was 4.
2C, no, sorry.
No.
2C7 or 8.
And I think there's other aspects to prevention of crises and community emergencies. We talked about CVI work today. We talked about mental health. There's a lot of other services we can provide to prevent people from going into crisis and requiring an emergency response. So just in that, so is that included anywhere else? Kind of a more broad thinking around preventing crises, preventing emergencies, preventing crime, preventing.
And if I could, Commissioner, maybe this is, I hope that this will be a living document and subject to revision. And I think you're absolutely right that that's a good, I mean, it's a great values place. I mean, and already you're tipping into things I are near and dear to my heart, like, you know, value statements about conflict resolution and restorative practices generally, and, you know, maybe community response to violence and conflict rather than, you know, alternative responses to than our traditional criminal basket. And maybe you and I and others on the commission can think going forward about something we might want to have added. But there's enough complexity there that I wonder if that's something we want to put in the parking lot.
Sure, I don't want to piece it apart. I think that we have a strong document. I appreciate all the additions made from last week's discussion, and my apologies for not including it there. But I do want to share the spirit of the importance of prevention and preventing people from going into crisis, right? Preventing crisis before it occurs, reducing the reliance on emergency response services, and really ensuring the overall well-being and responsible spending, overall well-being of our community members and responsible spending of local government.
Mayor, that language was, I think, in the initial draft, but it did not come out of committee to the City Commission. So happy to follow up on that later and share with you what was originally the staff's language.
Thank you. So I think, do we have a motion on this? Yeah, and we got support, so we're at voting time. So all in favor of adopting the legislative agenda?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Sounded like a majority. Thanks, you all. And that ends the meeting.
Mayor, we need to give some direction.
I'm
Just
sorry.
real quickly, we have EDPT at 12:30, and I think also closed session. So
Yes.
I think the staff, if I could, just please, the staff, Ms. Behrens, do you think we could conclude EDPT by 1 o'clock?
Yes, sir, with limited questions. We have one presentation about corridor improvement authorities and a second that is the Development Center's typical report.
Well, then, Mayor, with the permission of the commission, if you would go into closed session after EDPT.
Yep. So I'd vote to go into closed session at 1 o'clock.
Just real quick, I was a nay vote on the agenda. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Got it.
For the, yes, for the agenda, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So I'd move that we adjourn to closed session immediately following economic development.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, all in favor? Sorry, got to do a voice roll call vote. Commissioner Belichick?
Aye.
Commissioner Perdue? Commissioner Sassi? Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolar?
Yes.
And that'd be a yes from me. Thank you.